مسار الليل لأطراف النجوم، ومن ضحوك الفجر لين آخر مدار، تبتسم لك يا محمد كل يوم، أرضك وتنبت صياهدها خضار، وتحت ظل الشمس والوضع محسوم، وفي السماء والأرض أو فوق البحار، نكتب اسمك بالذهب فوق الغيوم، ونكتب اسمك حب وامجادك شعار، نكتب اسمك بالذهب فوق الغيوم، ونكتب اسمك حب وامجادك شعار، يا محمد يا محمد. لأنك الدموع مع عين الخصوم، مروي البيدة ومروي كل دار، عزنا يا عزنا وقت اللزوم، بالطناخة واتخاذك للقرار، قامت الدنيا معك يومك تقوم، وما رجعت إلا بهيبة وانتصار، سر بنا يا محمد وعزك يدوم، ومعك حنا من مسار إلى مسار، من عزومك عرفت كبار العزوم، ومن بداية رؤيتك يبدأ النهار، يا بشاير خير وعلومك علوم، المطر يشبهك وأحلامك كبار، نكتب اسمك بالذهب فوق الغيوم، نكتب اسمك حب وامجادك شعار، يا محمد.
Ladies and gentlemen, ندعوكم السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للانضمام إلينا. سنبدأ بعد لحظات. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us. We're starting shortly. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للانضمام إلينا فوراً في القاعة الرئيسية استعداداً لبدء الحفل. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us now. Thank you.
مرحبا، أهلا. مرحبا، أهلا وسهلا. 1 2 3. أعلى صوت عالي كذا واضح، ممتاز.
السيدات والسادة الكرام، نأمل منكم الانضمام إلينا. سنبدأ الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us. We're starting now. ضيوفنا الكرام، نأمل منكم التفضل بالجلوس على مقاعدكم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're starting now. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SDGs Challenges, the Fellowship Annual Competition 2021. The competition gives young people the opportunity to contribute to developing the kingdom and achieving its goals through creating creative solutions for national challenges. After the success of the first Misk Fellowship Annualship Competition, Dream Neom, 2 years ago, and the second Misk Fellowship Annual Competition in partnership with the Ministry of Economy and Planning last year. Today, we are at the final judging round of the third Misk Annual Competition with our partner, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, Munsha'at, UNDP, Bain & Company, Strategy and BAE Systems. More than 70 Misk Fellows are participating to achieve a significant impact through identifying existing challenges and finding innovative solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome to the stage the Programs Manager of Young Leaders Development at Misk Foundation, Mr. Muhammad Az-Zaid.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this exciting day. Before we start the competition, I would like to introduce to those who are not part of this competition what this competition is about. But before introducing the competition, I would like to introduce first the Misk Fellowship Program. This program targets high-performing and high-potential young leaders, young future leaders who are studying in college right now at a top university globally. The aim is to enable them to develop their leadership skills throughout a leadership bootcamp plus one-on-one coaching and mentoring to provide them with the best practice leadership development. And as part of that program comes the SDG competition, which we are doing today. SDG first stands for Sustainable Development Goals, which are the 17 interconnected goals that was set up by the United Nations in 2015, aimed at providing countries with a sustainable and better future. The target is to achieve them by the year 2030. Today, Misk Fellows, more than 70 fellows, with their intellectuality, are solving many challenges in that context. And they are going to provide viable and state-of-the-art ideas in partnership with many entities, the Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, Munsha'at, Strategy and Bain and Company, UNDP, and BAE Systems. I won't take too much time explaining. I will let the fellows speak up. I wish all of them the best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Mr. Mohammed Azzaid, the Programs Manager of Young Leaders Development at Misk Foundation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce our judges, starting with Abdullah Ash-Shamrani, the Director of Digital Entrepreneurship of Ministry of Communications and Information Technology, where he accelerated the growth of digital economy of entrepreneurship ecosystem in Saudi Arabia. Afnan Ababtin, Director of Women Entrepreneurship and Social Entrepreneurship Department in SMEA, where she tirelessly works to increase women contribution to the economic and social growth of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Emilio Innocent, UNDP Digital Advisor. Emilio Innocent has 30 years of experience in digital transformation, in particular in the practice of digital disciplines such as ICT, business process re-engineering, e-health, e-governance, enterprise architecture, and cybersecurity. Jawad Abdul Samad. Jawad Abdul Samad is an associate partner, Bain and Company. 14 years of experience in consulting and industry focuses on business strategy, economic development, and digital transformation, with a special interest in sustainability and circular economy. Imad Atoui, principal with strategy and with 14 plus years of experience and a member of the firm's telecommunications, media, and technology practice. Dr. Mazen Al-Zaidi, 10 years of experience in the entrepreneurship domain with a key focus on developing the startup ecosystem in the kingdom, including regulations and policies. Muhammad Azzaid. Muhammad is the Program Manager of Young Leaders Development at Misk Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's invite our competing teams on stage, starting with Beehives. أسماء الزايدي، سارة الخيفي، فهد الذكير، فارس المعبي. And the challenge is, how can KSA mitigate and reduce incidents and mortality of conditions caused by pollution, disasters, and or non-communicable diseases? Beehives, good luck.
Good evening, everyone. We are Team One, and we are proposing an intervention to help our nation to decrease the mortality and morbidity of non-communicable disease. The common thing about non-communicable disease, they are share one cause. They are all caused by unhealthy lifestyle, especially low physical activity. We also found that obesity is also associated with most of the non-communicable diseases. And for this reason, our intervention today is targeting obesity through increasing the level of physical activity. In our intervention, we are targeting the largest population in Saudi Arabia, the youth population. And the most interesting thing about this population, they are all about video game and technology. And this is why we believe that our solution, Beehive, is a promising solution.
Beehives is an augmented reality game, Al-Waqi al-Mu'azzaz in Arabic, where you can use your phone camera to interact with your surroundings. Each player will have their own warrior that will compete with, or that will capture flags and territories while competing with other players' warriors, and also be able to join teams. The more you walk and capture flags and territories, the stronger your warrior will become. We believe that Beehives will deliver tremendous value at 3 levels. First, for users, it promotes physical activity and entertainment. For society, it contributes to public health and social connectivity, as well as cultural relevance, as it is designed by and for Saudis. All of this while positioning ourselves in the touristic and gaming industry. Here's Beehives in motion.
We're hoping that Beehives will have an impact on many fields. We'll have a social impact by empowering community building and raising awareness about the national landmarks. We will also have an economic impact on the locations and neighboring businesses by attracting potential customers to those locations. And most importantly, we're going to have a health impact by raising the physical activity of the Saudi youth. Beehives has 2 main customers, Abdullah, a 25-year-old Saudi who plays the game, and Noura, who wants to use our location-based advertisement to advertise her business. We will focus on Abdullah in our go-to-market strategy. We will launch our game in Riyadh in the winter season, and we plan on using a mysterious QR code campaign similar to the one used to promote Riyadh season. We also plan to leverage social media bots and social media stars to reach our youthful customers. And now I'll pass it on to Asma.
Moving on to the business model, Beehives follow a freemium model where certain features are only accessed through purchasing of a premium account. In Beehives, we recognize the ethical, regulatory, and financial concerns that face this startup. However, we address them by limiting the location of the game and by diversifying our streams of income. We acknowledge that implementing behavioral change is not an easy task. However, we believe that Beehives can nudge the Saudi youth into a healthier lifestyle. We welcome you in joining us in improving the health of our community with Beehives. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Beehives. Questions by our judges, a minute each. Thank you.
Great presentation. I love the idea. I think it's something that definitely the Middle East can actually bank on. Can you just further explain on the pricing model and when you mean by premium, so to the users, but also to the merchants that are willing to participate in this? So how can you elaborate more on this pricing strategy?
Yeah, sure. So for all users, they will get basic features and basic levels of the game. However, those who are getting more engaged in the game, and want to enjoy further features, they will have to pay a fee, a once-a-time fee of 35 Saudi Arabian riyals. And this fee will open up further levels of the game. This is one of the three main sources of revenue, in addition to partnership, collaboration, and ad revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions from our judges? Go ahead, Mr. Mohammed.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I really liked it. I only have one question. What makes you believe that this idea cannot be replicated? Do you have a plan just to differentiate yourself from the others? Because if you stop generating money, people will follow.
Yes.
If I can go ahead, I think that when you're the first person to get into the market, then that gives you a huge advantage. And currently in the augmented reality market, you can't find any. Especially you can't find any Saudi-centered games here in Saudi. So we believe that we're one of the first games that have started this model, and I believe that will give us the advantage to be there, like in the top.
And if I can add to what Fahad has eloquently said, our position is, our overall strategy focuses on regionally relevant experience for the user, in character development, in the interface, user interface of the app. So we are for Saudi Arabia, and we are a game that has been developed by Saudi youth.
I want to add also one more point. Now the studies that focus on intervention in changing human behavior is really challenging. And now the scientists are moving toward integrating the social support pieces, and we have it here in Beehive. So we have the sense of community, and also it's a video game. So the social support part in this game, it's a unique feature, and also it might help us to not only achieve a short-term outcome, but also a long-term outcome, which is very critical with interventions. Just if anyone...
I would like just one final point. I think even if it was replicated, competition is actually a healthy thing in markets. I think we are unique, and our idea is unique, and we could see many games that you could actually, for example, football or soccer. You have many different versions of the same game, but that's what actually makes the game more unique. So I think it's a healthy thing.
Thank you indeed. Any last question from the judges? Okay, go ahead.
Just a quick question. Thank you so much for the presentation. I like the idea, to be honest, and it makes sense within Saudi with the different landmarks. But my question is about scalability outside Saudi. Have you guys thought about that? Is it something that could be scalable within the region at least? Thank you.
This is something that we actually discussed. And since the overall strategy and how we differentiated ourselves in Beehives is by being a culturally and regionally relevant experience, we considered that in further years we can expand into GCC countries since the culture is relevant. However, expanding globally would demand us to make a huge shift in our current strategy. So the focus is currently on Saudi Arabia, in the near future, GCC countries.
If I can add also, if we put the bases, technological bases, then we can apply that concept that we applied in Saudi in other countries and make it to their culture. So we do can spread it to globally. Thank you.
Thank you. We can cater for another question. All right. Thank you indeed, Team Beehives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second team is Healthier. معن الدايل، بشير الدجاني، سليمان السيف، جيهان العمر، سمية فايع، سارة العبد اللطيف. The challenge is, how can healthcare providers leverage technology to improve accessibility and/or quality of healthcare services? Healthier, 5 minutes, good luck.
Assalamu alaikum, ahla wa sahlan. Imagine a world where you can predict and prevent chronic diseases before they happen. where you can effectively manage them if they happen. Imagine a simpler way to lead a healthy lifestyle. We are a diverse group of specialists in sleep, health, engineering, and business management who are actively seeking to empower individuals and communities and contribute to the promise of 2030 vision to the nation. We are lucky that we live in an ambitious country where we always strive to lead, and we did. But sometimes we may have seeped into the negative as well. Unfortunately, we are one of the world's leading countries in sedentary behavior, sleep deprivation, and physical inactivity. And this is probably something we don't want to lead in, because these behaviors are closely linked to the development and worsening of chronic conditions, which causes a huge socioeconomic burden on not only the individual, but also the society and the government. But the good news is, modifying these behaviors can prevent many complications. Here we present to you the solution, WAX, the Arabic word for nudge. It is a purpose-driven, incentive-based digital health platform that encourages individuals and communities to lead a healthy lifestyle, reducing the burden and cost of healthcare services, as well as empowering healthcare providers to provide a holistic, high-quality care informed by real-world data. It is a two-sided platform where our end users, the WAXers, and partners, employers and health insurance companies will each get exactly what they need. For the WAXers, you guys sitting here, our platform will support you in leading a healthy lifestyle, one WAXah at a time. For employers, including the government, hospitals, and companies, they will have healthier, happier employees and valuable lifestyle data that can support and guide them their decision making.
This platform, this unique objective platform will not only help us in detecting diseases before they happen, it will also help us to manage conditions, making the clinician's life much easier, improving our accessibility and improve our quality of healthcare. Now, I think everyone in this audience had a glimpse of what chronic disease can do to a person, to their family. Me personally, both of my grandparents suffer with diabetes. It took them to their graves. My grandparents in this story can be anyone's grandparents. The problem is, at the time, we didn't have the knowledge, we didn't have the motivation to change these things. Now we have WAX. It's time to break that cycle. This app is very interactive. It is personal. It can show you your hopes, your progress over time. Now, we developed a plan to reach this, to make it a reality. Our platform is a business-to-customer and a business-to-business model. We have a very conservative financial model that includes 3 revenue streams depicted in this slide. Our projection suggests that by 2027, we will break even. That means we will burn cash at the beginning for development, and then by the 5th year, we will start making cash to break even at the 5th year. So the goal is to raise 2 million Saudi Riyal by the first 2 years. Now, we understand the product. We just need to know how to hit the market. We are targeting adults in Saudi Arabia. We are developing partnership with interested entities. We are also raising awareness using the help of influencers in Saudi Arabia, and we are launching this app in the 4th quarter of 2022.
20 seconds.
20 seconds, yeah. And we are going to disrupt this market with this novel idea. So what better way to summarize all of this than talk about our mission and vision? It's the promise, this is what we're going to strive and do everything in our power to commit and to deliver. The problem is we cannot do it alone. We need everyone here to believe in us, to help us, and to be a waqta. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Team Healthia. Our judges, we have 7 minutes for Q&A.
I like the idea of a platform and connecting sort of the wexers, which I like the name as well. But can you maybe elaborate more on the product? How do you incentivize the users to interact with the platform from one angle? And what would the healthcare organizations and insurance companies actually give them in return? So if you can elaborate on that.
Absolutely, that's a great question. So I'm wondering, can we get the slides back, please? The slides, okay, no problem. So, okay, cool. So to elaborate on the prototype itself, we can take it step by step and show you how exactly it does what it does.
It's not working anymore for some reason.
Okay. There we go. So essentially what we start off with is a user, any user here in this room, any Wexer that wants to use this app. What we do is that we can integrate with apps such as Sahati, email or anything, and then it starts with the getting started phase, right? We have to input our data, we have to talk about ourselves, and essentially picking gender. And also this is what we call your buddy. We want you to have a buddy along the way that is an accurate depiction of your progress, how you're doing. So this will be your motivation, it will be your goal, and we make it in a gamified way to make it very interesting for the users. So after we select the settings, after we create our buddy, after we input all our data, we'll get to a certain dashboard, as we can say. So this dashboard has different aspects. Sorry, this will take a little second. But this dashboard, essentially, you have different things that you can do, different things you can monitor. And the example that we use for this app is, so after saying congratulations and let's get started, we'll be looking at, for example, sleep. And you have all these different features when it comes to sleep, physical activity, your diet, and then obviously health checkups. So we're aiming for different things that we want to target with the application or the platform as a whole. And as you can see, we also have notifications. This is what Sulaiman elaborated on Alexa. We want to be able to nudge the user. And what really sets this apart is that you get notifications that give you information, whether it was knowledge, whether it was education, whether it was tips, like let's get up for now. But then it begs the question, how does it differ from current apps, such as Fitbit, the likes of Apple Watch? So what we do is that we incentivize. And the way we incentivize is that by tracking all this stuff, all your sleep, we compare it with, for example, the target benchmark of research studies. And as you see, there's like tips at the bottom. And it gives you a really clear monitoring technique that you can export in different forms. And then when you export in different forms, you can, for example, take it to your health checkups. This will boost the time of dealing with, for example, a physician, giving your information, and this will give a very accurate depiction of your medical history, for example. And this is a really cool feature that we have, is also building a community. We want you to be able to build communities with the people near you, whether geographically, whether with the same interests. So you can build your own Wix community. Let's go, for example, meet up, do a sport together or something. And then this is what really sets it apart, the reward section. So the rewards, how it works is that based on the goals and the targets that you achieve, you can get incentives, for example, gym memberships. For example, you can get certain discounts at certain retail shops. And then this is the general idea that we're trying to do. And it's a win-win-win-win situation when it comes to all our different users, whether it was an insurance company, whether it was a Wexer, or whether it was a governmental entity. Because let's break it down again. For a user, you would get better lifestyle. It would boost you to a better lifestyle, and you would get incentives out of it. And then for the insurers, you also get very valuable data regarding the trends. How are the people doing, based on geographic distribution, for example. So they can have better choices to make for different regions, whether insurance. And also they can lower the premiums for the people who use the app. And then for healthcare providers, or like for general bodies that provide work, for employers, they can have better employees, for example. Yes?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. Are you
I've made an analysis of international competition on this because I think there are strong competition around and then a quite easy market to enter for whatever, for Apple, Google, Big Pharma.
Yeah, so he's asking about the competition internationally.
What is the competitive advantage that you have with respect to these competitors?
Exactly. So the biggest advantage would be it's not present in KSA. That's why we're initially launching in KSA. There's no such incentivizing agent that would help us in KSA. And this model has been adopted in other countries, and it has been very successful. And especially with the progress that we've made with technological health, with like Sahati, with Tawakkalna, it really shows the feasibility of applying this in the kingdom and also integrating with the government. Like we said, for example, the feature of signing in with Sahati that would help transfer the data among different platforms.
Maybe I would add to that is that I think our biggest threat is inside the country, not outside. Because once the Ministry of Health decide to do something like that, we will strive to realign ourselves with the efforts of the Ministry of Health, and we'll just keep ourselves posted, and we will add value. But this platform did achieve really good results in Canada, and there is 2 apps in the USA that I personally use. So.
That's why I know. That's why it will be very easy for competitors to enter the market.
Yeah, that's true.
Did you run any user testing, and what was the feedback from users, especially end users?
Yeah, we ran a few tests after developing this prototype, actually. And the general feedback was that it would be very great, especially if we minimize their end of the bargain, right? It would be, they would use it, they love the incentives, but they don't want to manually input data, right? So we're looking into automizing the data in a way that you can, for example, use an accelerometer, you can use some accessories, and this integration would make it a seamless transition for any user across the kingdom, and even if we expand later on.
We have less than a minute. One last question.
Thank you for the presentation. Actually, I have a little question, but another question that follows. Correct me if I'm wrong. One of the main revenue streams that you are planning is the health insurance companies or health insurers. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, that's right.
Yes. There is an equation that states if people get sick, the demand on high health insurance policies increase. So if you are doing this, people will stop getting sick and the demand on high insurance policies will decrease. So don't you see this as a challenge for the insurance companies? It might be lucrative for the time being for them in the short term, but in the long term, it will be a disaster for them.
Yeah, I think we understand the situation. We actually thought about this, and we are trying to realign with the plan of 2030 vision. We know that we're going to end up, everyone in the country will be insured. And we are actually talked to some already people in Nafis, and we try to figure out where are they, and it's a problem-solving thing that we are actually trying to figure out. But we did. The only thing I want to mention here is that our financial model is very conservative. We actually did include the third one in the conservative model. So we know that the way the platform works is itself a challenge, because without the customer you cannot get the partner. Without the partner you cannot get the customers. So we know that we're gonna pay a lot at the beginning to just get the customer acquisition. So the problem is we cannot board in the insurance company until we get those customers that the insurance company wants data about. So we are striving to figure out this, and we would love your mentoring into this. So thank you for the question.
A big round of applause for Team Healthier.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our third team is Salama, Ahmed Al-Mazrou, Abd Al-Jabbar Al-Hamoud, Salim Ad-Djani, Shahad Bawarith, Omar Al-Hazza'. Welcome, Team Salama. And the challenge is improving access and quality of healthcare in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. We're Team Salama, and we're tackling the third Sustainability Development Goal. Our project aims to improve the quality and healthcare and accessibility of healthcare for surgical patients. The first aspect that we're going to talk about is quality. Before a patient undergoes surgery, they would sit with the doctor and discuss the risk associated with that surgery. Unfortunately, now in Saudi, there is no way of associating specific scores for these risks because we don't have enough data to build these kind of models. To give you a sense, previous slide? Yeah, to give you a sense of how big the problem is, there are 1.4 million surgeries done annually in Saudi. And it's estimated that 30% of these surgeries result in post-surgical complications, which can be avoided with a better risk assessment. The second issue in quality is a lack of a tailored diet planning. After the patient undergoes a surgery, they would meet with a dietitian that will give them a diet plan based on the surgery they just had. But unfortunately, this plan is not specific to the patient profile and does not account historical data. Next slide. The second aspect we're tackling is accessibility. If you are a patient in a remote area, most likely the surgery is being done in a central, big city, since most of our surgical centers are centralized. Now, there are multiple visits associated with this surgery you're going to be having. A visit with the first screening with a doctor, visit with anesthesia specialist, and take multiple tests and scans. And this can be very daunting if you live in a remote area. We propose a solution, which is an end-to-end platform that tackles these issues in 3 ways. The first way is pre-surgery. And our proposed solution is a risk assessment tool that uses an AI predictive model that takes into account historical patient data who have undergone that same surgery and assigns specific risk scores based on the patient's profile. Both the patient and the doctor can use this data to have an informed decision to decide which surgery they should undergo and whether they should do it or not. The second aspect is during the surgery. As we discussed for the remote patient, they have to travel for each of these doctor's visits I talked about earlier. However, in our platform, we're going to have multiple features that facilitate that process without the patient having to be present physically. We have virtual doctor visits. We have a functionality to share test results and lab results and also scans with the doctor in the central area, as well as other features like appointment scheduling. This will make it very easy for patients in a remote area to undergo a surgery with only having to come physically, be present physically for the surgery itself. And lastly, the post-surgical component. Now, the patient is done with the surgery, and they're meeting with the dietitian, but we're going to have a predictive model that gives a tailored diet plan based on the patient's specific profile and the historical data of patients who have undergone the same surgery and have had success with that specific plan.
So to summarize our proposed solution, we are cutting unnecessary healthcare overhead costs, we are enhancing access to surgical care, and we are improving patients' outcome. Now, when it comes to our business model, we will adopt a pay-per-user pricing model where we will charge a small amount every month, and then we will be providing financial incentives for the healthcare institutions to upload their patient data, because the more data we have, the better our predictive models are. And in return, we can provide an application programmable interface for our predictive models, and we can charge per API call. When it comes to our feasibility analysis, we have looked at the statistics and data that is published by the Ministry of Health, and with our consultants from Bain, we were able to assess that the telehealth market is around $400 million, and our targeted addressable market is around 80 million. Now, this is our website creation. We have actually converted our idea into an actual website where the patient, the doctor and the healthcare provider can enter. And we are so excited to announce at this event that our website is officially live. So if you're a so if you're a patient, if you're a doctor, or if you're a healthcare provider, you can enter and submit right now. And for our future work and application, we are planning to invest further in other kinds of surgeries and support non-surgical alternatives. And again, we are Salama because Salamatkum is our priority. Thank you.
Thank you indeed, Team Salama. 7 minutes for Q&A. Our judges, please go ahead.
Great presentation. I think there's a lot of components across the pre, during, and post-surgery. I have two questions. One, what are the biggest challenges that you're facing, specifically maybe from a data, sort of getting the data, cleansing the data, and making sure that the model works in that sense? And the second, how scalable it is, outside of the kingdom. Is this a problem that's being faced in the region, in the US? Who's the competition on that front?
Yeah. I think the first point is great. This is definitely one of the biggest challenges we have, which is the lack of data. Unfortunately, we've looked around in local hospitals, and this data is not being collected right now, the post-surgical complications associated with the patient. So this is the biggest challenge. In order to build the model, we need good data, and now we don't have any kind of data. But the website right now has a function, like we have a tabs associated specific for healthcare providers to input their data and to kick off the process. For your second point, yeah, this could be applied. The same platform could be used in different regions. However, the models have to be retrained for each specific regions because these are very sensitive to the local patient data. They're very demographic specific models.
I would just like to add just a very minor point to that, is that a lot of these databases exist in other healthcare systems. So for example, in the United States, there's an organization that provides a similar tool on an existing database. So although it's a challenge to collect the data, it's not like it's not like it's an impeding challenge. We can start with existing data and then adapt as we grow and collect more data.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions from our judges?
If you allow me just a quick point here, just to trying to digest the information. What's in it for the doctor to use your platform?
Yeah.
And is this a challenge that you're facing to pretty much adapt doctors and surgeons to use your platform?
I think it's always a challenge to have new users to change their workflow and add something new to the workflow. But I think they're going to be very excited to at least try it because it's going to make their job easier. The first part, which is the risk assessment tool, is going to give them accurate percentages, or as accurate as it gets, for how likely it is for each patient to get the post-surgical complication. So they can have a really informed decision of which surgery they should choose and if they should go into a surgery at all. So I think it's going to be very beneficial to them.
I also want to add on his point that one of our team members is Ahmed. He's currently a resident physician in Mustashfa Takhassusi, and he have worked in Cornell, and he have expressed the need of this tool because it makes the doctor's decisions way more informed. He expressed the lack of this kind of tool within Saudi compared to other international organizations or international hospitals.
And just one last point about the value that the platform brings. So just keeping in mind the sustainable development goals, our main focus was to think about, how can we improve accessibility to healthcare while also improving the quality. And with a platform that is database, that provides, predictive capabilities for patients, we can improve the quality of care, and, enabling the telehealth capabilities increases the access. And from the data that we received from on-the-ground surgeons in Saudi on our team, one of the biggest challenges for surgeries, especially in rural areas and in remote areas, is that they find it challenging to transfer patients from some hospital in a remote area to a hospital where that surgery is performed. And so with an automated system that can localize all of this information in one place, we can really solve this very specific problem.
Thank you indeed. We have room for another question.
They already answered the question. So
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you indeed, Team Salama. Team Salama, مع السلامة. Our fourth team is Edu for All. هالة الوقداني، دعاء الجارودي، ريان الخليفي، محمد باشماخ، عصام العنيزي. And the challenge is, how can KSA leverage innovative ICT solutions to improve quality of education across all levels and increase the educational attainment of its population? Team Edu for All, good luck.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Let me tell you a little story about two twin sisters that are very similar yet very different. They're similar in that they can't wait to grow older and contribute to building Saudi Arabia. They're very different in that they want to do it from different roles. Surur wants to be an engineer, and Noor wants to be a teacher. So they grew up, they graduated, and they found employment. Surur joined a team of engineers that are going to help build Saudi's leading futuristic city. Noor also got employed, but I want to ask you a question. Where do you think teachers go in Saudi Arabia when they're first hired?
Remote locations.
Thank you, Rayan. Exactly, remote locations. Let's talk about some of the challenges that face educators as well as the opportunities that other professions would get. So for the engineer Surur, she gets multiple opportunities. First, she's enrolled in a professional development program that lasts for the first 3 years of her young professional career. She's also enrolled in a technical professional society to connect and network with like-minded engineers from around the world. She has a community of practice within her company where she gets to network and learn from subject matter experts and other young professionals that are going through the same career path as she is. Finally, she's assigned a technical and a non-technical mentor to ease that transition from academia to the professional life. When we're talking about Noor, the educator, the teacher, what do you think of these opportunities she got? I think you all have an answer. Let me tell you or summarize it very quickly. She's required to do professional development hours, and she's assigned a principal and a supervisor. So to quickly run through some of the other challenges that educators face. When we were doing the research, a lot of people kept telling us, education is not like other professions, which kind of strikes in my head. It should be like other professions. It is a profession. Mainly, that's attributed to the reputation of education. Being a teacher versus being an engineer. What sounds better? What do you think a kid wants to grow up and become? Lacks of growth opportunity. And when it comes to professional development opportunities, if we talk about teachers, then it's just ticking that box. They're non-interactive. They're not aligned with classroom needs. There's no incentive to take them aside from having to do them. And most of the time, they conflict with the teacher schedule, which is already a very hectic schedule. All teachers today start with a rough start. In my mom's time, it was easier to find a job in the big city. Now it's always in remote locations. When you go to a remote location, the school is so small, you're bound to be the only teachers that teaches that subject. So learning on the job is definitely a habit that teachers have to get into. That leads to mental health problems. You're isolated, you can't seek mentorship. You have a boss, you don't have a mentor. Finally, relocation to bigger cities takes 3 to 10 years. Imagine starting your career in that environment and being stuck in it for 10 years. Are we going to change that? That's impossible. We still need teachers to go there. Did you know that Saudi Arabia had 500,000 teachers? It's a big number of people. 27% of them regret being educators. That number is big. It's 135,000 individuals. Can we afford to have that many educators being non-motivated? And what does that mean? to our quality education. Our solution is Society of Educators, مجتمع المعلم. Its pilot program is the Mentorship Excellence Program for Educators. It aims to build a tech-enabled community that enhances purposeful connections between teachers. We're going to assign to Noor a teacher from a different city that's excellent, that loves their job, to embark that passion to that teacher. It's not going to target young teachers. It's going to go for creative teachers network, as well as developing teachers to become leaders. Throughout the competition, we went through multiple phases. Currently, we're in the incubation phase, having landed one of Saudi's biggest educational companies, Classera. They're helping us build the platform and market it to its user. It won't just be open to Classera users, but also to other teachers. Finally, our bigger goal is create a technical nonprofit society for educators. That's what we want it to be. It's going to have various programs, and we've surveyed teachers, and they're very interested to be a part of it. Finally, does this sound familiar? Our initiative is going to be a nonprofit to develop human capital and to empower individuals. Does that sound familiar? Who brought us here today? We can go far for inspiration. Misk, thank you so much for setting that example. What we're hoping to do is a Misk for teachers. Thank you so much for joining us today. And if you have any questions, please let us know and support us.
Thank you. Thank you, team Edu for All. We have 7 minutes for Q&A. Our judges, please go ahead.
I love the presentation and the energy behind it and the ideas, and I think definitely education is, you know, one of the forefront things that you can invest in any nation. You mentioned that it's a non-profit. How do you make it sort of sustainable? So in that sense, what's the business model, and how do you sort of scale that, be it within Saudi or beyond?
That's a great question.
We looked first at benchmarks, either in Saudi Arabia for other, let's say, professions, like Saudi Engineers Society. Also, we looked at benchmarks at like the United States, 2 of them. We knew how they made their societies sustainable. We have a plan for getting membership fees from teachers at different levels. Also course fees, mentorship program fees, also advertising for companies. And I think companies would love this because the educator society, we have 500,000. And 500,000 is not like a few number. Also partnerships with a lot of companies where they provide discounts for teachers when they purchase their services, and we get commissions from these companies.
And I think a key point to understand is that when we're saying a nonprofit, it doesn't mean that it doesn't bring in revenue and that it sustains that revenue throughout. We've got multiple benchmarks around the world, one of which I'm a member of, the Society of American Association of Petroleum Geologists. They bring in a lot of money. It's just, it goes in and it comes out to the users as well. That money can go into the platform creation, it could go into the various programs, the people that deliver these programs. So it brings in money and it cycles that money. It doesn't mean that the money is not in the process, so it's not going to be an endowment or a sponsorship. And there's multiple technical societies that have run similar models. We're not planning to reinvent the wheel. We'll pick up the nicest one and re-implement it for this one, and that's what we kind of did. I hope that answers your question.
It does, thanks.
Okay.
If you allow me, first of all, great presentation and a great idea and a problem that you're trying to solve here. My question is, given that the idea here is non-profit, so I'm afraid that the contribution from the mentors, from the providers, it's not going to be at the quality that you're looking for. So is there an idea how to solve this or overcome this challenge?
As Mohammed said, we are charging fees for courses and charging fees also for mentorship. The idea behind this is to make this project sustainable. So also we're working with other partners who are going to offer incentives like discounts and other things to encourage mentors to help with our program.
And I guess a key point to add is that Misk is a nonprofit, and it's still attracting quality people, and that's the testament to what's happening in the room. If you build it to be prestigious enough, and if you're attracting the right people, that's what's gonna get that start happening. So what Misk did for us when we got into here, they did a lot of psychometric analysis and tests to make sure that we're the right caliber of people that they want. We plan to do that exact same thing for the start of this initiative, making sure that we attract quality people that are gonna send out that reputation outside. Once that reputation is built, it's just the rolling ball. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Any further questions from our judges? Please go ahead.
Yes. So thank you for the presentation. I love the energy. I love the whole thought around it. It's interesting that you guys thought about nonprofit. In a sense, I would totally advise you to look at profit first. That's one thing. I'm a big believer in community, in mentorship. I'm struggling just to. I think it's larger than just teachers. So just if you think about Riyadh in the next 5 to 10 years, the population will double or maybe even triple. So people from outside Riyadh in the kingdom or the region will be moving to Riyadh. They'll be facing the same kind of challenges that you guys just explained or went through your presentation. I think the opportunity is larger than what you just explained.
Yeah.
But it's a quick comment, not actually a question. But would you think of expanding it beyond just teachers, professionals, etc., a wider range? Thank you.
That's a great question. So currently we called it Educator Society, and we wanted to call it Education Society to keep it as a bigger umbrella to include further segments in the future. And as you said, you're absolutely right. We don't have to focus right now on educators, but we first really want to start with educators. I keep saying educators. Let me circle back into why we're choosing educators in particular. When we first got the challenge, it was how to enable information and communication technologies in order to enhance quality education. It didn't mention educators. We studied the educational process. We looked at what are the challenges it faces, and we realized that what was the most important in that circle, what needed our attention, what needed our investment was teachers. Students have a lot of opportunities. The ministry, the school system, we can't change that in 6 months. What we can do is contribute just a tiny little bit to teachers. And we've realized that a mentorship program could be absolutely powerful. So we're starting with the mentorship program, but we hope in the future for it to become a technical society, be it nonprofit, be it profit, but we wanted to start with nonprofit to begin, because that's what most societies are. So if we start with that, we hope that it grows into something bigger, not just to include Saudi teachers as well, but to even expand in the Middle East. Our partner Classera has been operating in many countries in the Middle East, and they've offered to expand that circle, but we wanted to start first with Saudi, with teachers, with young teachers, and then move on to teachers that want to transition to leadership, with teachers that are just really creative and want to connect with other creative teachers. So we plan to grow, but for now, it has to be teachers at this stage. But definitely, thank you so much for your comment. It'll definitely be an important role to incorporate other professionals from the education sector, not just teachers, leadership, principals, all of the other segments that make the educational process. I hope that answers your question.
Faculty members
Team Edu for All.
at the universities and institutions at a later stage of the project.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, Team Edu for All.
يعطيكم العافية. Thank you.
Our fifth team is Insight. كميل آل حمود، فهد بن ثنيان، نورة الفايز، ماريا الدوخي. And the challenge is, how can KSA leverage innovative ICT solutions to improve quality of education across all levels and increase the educational attainment of its population? Team Insight, 7 minutes, good luck. 5 minutes, good luck, sorry.
Have you ever sat down to study and didn't know where to start? Have you ever been haunted by a question that you could never get right? Well, if you answered yes to any of these questions, then we have the right solution for you. Insight Platform. Hello everyone, I am Maria Addouhi, and this is Kumail Al-Hamoud, and on behalf of our colleagues, Fahad Al-Thanayan and Noura Al-Fayez, we would like to introduce you to Insight. Our challenge was to come up with solutions to improve the quality of education. Upon our research, we found that KSA's performance in Target 4.1 was low when compared to other OECD countries. This target was assessed by 2 indicators. The first indicator assessed the proportion of students achieving at least the minimum proficiency level in reading and math, while the other indicator assessed the completion rate for all of the learning levels. This was when we came up with Insight. Insight is a platform that tracks student performance history and uses machine learning to give prescriptive feedback to enable focused development. During the market testing stage, we surveyed middle school students to see what their preferred learning method is. The top 2 learning methods were educational websites and private lessons. Some of the key insights about these learning methods is that students who preferred educational websites preferred them because they're available 24/7 and they're also inexpensive. While those who preferred private lessons preferred them because they're tailored to each student and are focused on improving the student's weaknesses. Our solution would be desirable because it combines all of these preferences together.
So, in case you don't know, education is a big problem. So, instead of tackling education, we restrict our solution to address 3 main obstacles. The first one is prospective tutoring, where we want each student to get customized feedback. We're tired of these classes where everyone is given the same kind of feedback. So we want customized feedback. Second, progress tracking, where we want each student to, when the student makes mistakes, we want the feedback to be timely. So after they make the mistake, they immediately get feedback on that mistake. And we want to have gradual learning, where each student is not overwhelmed by the amount of information and they take it step by step. So given that, we also want to come up with these additional features in the future, which are first, mental wellness tools. And these are supposed to assess the students' fatigue levels and give them advice on how to take education gradually, basically, and not overwhelm themselves. Second, study tools like flashcards and spaced repetition, which is already in our solution. And third, college prep tools, which are very important, and we want to make this, both for applying to colleges in Saudi Arabia, but also applying to colleges abroad and different scholarships and things like that. The development of something like this is supposed to come in stages, obviously. So in the first stage, we hope to work with the Ministry of Education and MCIT to fund the initial stage of the development. And second, we want to move to a subscription-based model where private schools and teachers or students in private schools pay to get this service, or at least pay for the additional features. So that's in terms of funding, but in terms of the deployment itself, we plan to test our solution first with a couple of schools, so 3 schools in each region, and then after we get their feedback, we move on to 20 schools per region, and then after we're sure that we have a working solution that students and teachers like, we move to deploying it to all participating schools.
Okay, so shown on the screen right now is the prototype, and this is the home screen, and it displays the study plan for each student. Each lesson will be, Each lesson will be divided into smaller sections, and each section would only take a few minutes, such that we are incorporating the micro-learning technique. And there will be, the material will be presented in 4 different formats, such that each format is suitable for a specific type of learning style in the VARC model. So the video is suitable for auditory learners, the reading is suitable for reading and writing style. The mind map is for visual learners, and we can also incorporate flowcharts. And there's also going to be an interactive simulation for the kinesthetic learners, therefore including all of the VARC model. Go.
Oh, that's me too.
Time is up.
Yeah, okay, we'll just finish on this one. So we have these KPIs to track our progress. So by 2025, we want to have 35% of students, K-12 students registering. And then by the end of 2030, we want 70% at least of these students to be satisfied by the service. And by that, we'd be serving 300,000 students every year from the kingdom. So we're happy to, with that, we're happy to take your questions, and we thank you for listening. If you have questions from the audience, you can also email us at this email address. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you indeed, Team Insight. We have 7 minutes for Q&A. Please, judges.
A quick question regarding funding. If you can go back to the slide for funding. Yes.
Yes.
How would the funding happen?
Yeah, so for now, we're still not funded, and that's why we're here. But our plan is to reach out to the 2 ministries and sit down and talk about what education needs in Saudi Arabia and how our solution provides some of these desirable features and can be implemented in a cost-effective way.
So one thing, the government will not, usually they don't fund, just to highlight that, so no big hopes over there. The second thing is about what schools are you targeting? Is it the public schools or the private schools?
Yeah, so in our initial stage, we plan to test this on private schools. And our hope is that because this solution doesn't really require that much money to fund initially, because we can build a website easily, we can host it on some cloud service initially with a few number of students, so we don't need that huge sum of money. But after that, we plan to phase it to public schools, and if the ministries can't fund that, then at least we hope that we work with them on the logistics of what we can do and what we can't do in terms of deploying it to public schools. But our main funding will come from the subscription-based model, which we hope will come from these private schools with in the second stage.
Amazing, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions? Please go ahead.
Just like to ask a question about your value proposition. So if you think around schools today, a lot of them are using digital learning solutions and there are various platforms that already exist. So what is different about your platform? Is it the machine learning component and you own content, or what's the specific value add that you guys bring versus existing platforms?
I can answer that question. So what makes our platform unique is the study plans that are guided by multiple sources. So the quizzes, grades, homeworks, all of those are incorporated into the study plan. So everything the student does is going to be incorporated into the study plan. And the study plan actually incorporates spaced repetition, which is one of the scientifically proven study methods. You need to revise the material multiple ones, and it should be spaced out in certain time intervals. So it will also be incorporating that. So it actually combines a lot of these things, and all of this content is obviously going to be credible. So the students don't have to worry about maybe watching a YouTube video from a person who may not have the highest credibility. But yeah, this is generally where we see our platform stands out from the rest.
Yeah, I will also want to touch on the AI component, because The problem with the current paradigm is that you have these different tools for individual schools. But if you want to build an AI system, you really have two main challenges. The first one is in the architecture packed or the model itself, but then the main challenge in deployment is the data itself. And you need to have not just the data, but also engineers who really understand how to collect the data, what types of data you really need, and how you can feed them into your AI model so that it learns useful patterns. So I think that's really also one of the main components is that we have a few people who are familiar with AI. We have a few people who are doing AI research, actually. So we hope that we can capitalize on that and provide a unique solution to this problem.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions from our judges, please?
Great presentation. A couple of questions, I think. The first one is, what are the target, let's say, age that you're focusing within schools? Are you going for kindergarten? The second one, which is, how do you actually evolve the, let's say, the results? How do you track the results, and how do you correlate the results with, the improvements that you've built into the systems to make sure that actually this is working? So what KPIs are you tracking? How do you measure success?
So for the first question, we're actually targeting right now, we're starting with middle schoolers, but hopefully in the future we can expand that to all of the, like from grades 1 to 12. But obviously we'll need to be doing a lot of testing because we're working with different age groups. So there might be like few more things that we need to add to really tailor it and make it specific to each age group. But we're right now working with middle schools. And for your second question, Kamil, would you be able to explain the KPIs?
Yeah, sure. And I think there is a subtle point here because you can track the students' performance themselves and then claim that, oh, we have this amazing solution. But maybe some of the students were already great and you haven't really contributed anything to them. So I think there are two main ways to assess this. You have to test your AI model itself, so the predictive power of your model, and then you have to track the students themselves. So when the students come in, we have data about their current situation, what subjects they struggle with the most, and their test grades on these subjects. So the main way that we test their own improvement is by seeing whether they're improving on these subjects that they struggled with the most, not just their overall performance. So that's in terms of the students' benefit. But also in terms of AI, we have to continuously improve that model. So initially what we think is that we'll have this AI model that doesn't know anything because it hasn't seen any data. But, and initially, we will not be using it to make any prediction. We will rely on the study tools themselves. But with time, we will be collecting data, and then we will be testing this model on this historic data of students. And if its predictions on these past data make sense, then we will be confident in deploying it on a much larger scale.
Team Insight, thank you indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all of the questions. It was really nice.
Our sixth team is Futuristic. Sadine Al-Bogari, Abdullah Al-Tahini, Saoud Al-Mlehi, Jude Khatib, Tamim Ibn Ishri, Rakan Arwais. And the challenge is, how can KSA prepare its workforce for the jobs of the future? Team Futuristic, 5 minutes. Good luck.
Greetings. My name is Tamim Ashri. And on behalf of Futuristic, I'd like to thank you for your time and attention. Because the subject does, in fact, require attention. It's something that most people would not feel without the foresight that few individuals really have. It is something that affects not only our society in this day and age, but will affect our generations to come. The fact is that there is a profound gap in those enduring skills and abilities which the market and our society require to achieve a maximum potential, and those skills and abilities which our students, employees, and even entrepreneurs can bring to bear. Now, we have learned in the past years that change can be ruthless. But the answer to it isn't to skirt around it, to avoid it, but rather to confront it and even to embrace it, to grow with it, and overcome the challenges that are inherent to it. What our team proposes is an innovative ICT platform developed as a bionic company. And its goal, using an AI, is to simply select in the most efficient manner a set of skills and abilities which will allow our students and employees to grow in the most efficient way. Our partners, a United Nations-related international exchange and vocational training platform, ESTA, as well as our national partner, which operates to the same ends, Qima, will make this possible. They have this experience. Additionally, there is progress on proposal discussions with King Saud University, as well as the Saudi Red Crescent Association, to provide further guidance and mentorship, as well as exchange opportunities for our students, as well as others.
Technology is expected to drive change and opportunity within the kingdom. Our solution highlights change within the workforce and forecasts demand and supply to reduce unemployment. Our value proposition to businesses is that we will support them in adapting to a rapidly changing workforce to increase efficiency and reduce costs. On our platform, mentees will be able to sign up with the Nafath portal and then get access to data-driven assignments with best fit mentors, as well as personalized recommendations on potential training opportunities, as well as relevant news based on their experience and interest. A feature within our platform is the mentee reports. Mentees will have access to auto-generated reports that highlight their performance on pre-selected KPIs, monitoring their engagement and their progress with tasks set by their mentors. They'll also be able to compare themselves to other users within the platform. Now, let us take you to realize our best future.
The COVID-19 pandemic has created immediate and unprecedented challenges in education. Excellence and equity, cornerstones of good education systems, are being challenged in every part of the world. Our greatest concern is that differences in parental involvement and access to technology will exacerbate inequality. At the same time, as in every major challenge, this is an opportunity to adapt. And as important as continuing quality education is, it is just as important to maintain mental and physical well-being for students and parents. People all over the world are even turning this situation into a chance to connect. There are areas for individuals as well as educators to reflect on how to improve. For For this unique spotlight, we have researched hundreds of examples, both big and small, on how to help children learn in these extreme times. Our goal is not to provide one recommendation to solve all problems, but rather solutions for different types of challenges around education during this crisis. Everything has happened so fast and unexpectedly. It does not seem realistic that there's a holistic solution that is easy to implement and works for everyone. However, inspiring individual solutions have been developed in every country. And perhaps we can even combine these different approaches to create a new and impactful education for students around the world.
Time is up. Thank you indeed, Team Futuristic. And now we have the Q&A session. Our dear judges, please go ahead.
Great presentation. I like the topic definitely in terms of education. Can you elaborate more on the business model from one angle? So who pays for what? What are your revenue streams? And from the second part, I saw the mentee dashboard. How do you ensure stickiness from mentors that will continue to use this dashboard? What incentives are there for them versus the mentees? Thank you.
Hello, okay. So we have three main revenue streams. Our first main revenue stream is a subscription fee, a minimal subscription fee paid by universities for their students to access the platform and have access to, the mentorship program. The second revenue stream is ads on our website and our platform. And the third revenue stream is our reports that will forecast demand and supply, as well as the skill gaps within the market, to be shared with companies and universities as well to adapt their strategies. And sorry, can you repeat the second question?
How do you create sort of incentives for mentors to stay on the platform, and how do you track that?
So mentors are going to be part of our partner companies, which will contribute to the platform, as well as the mentees that will graduate from universities and have participated in our programs. We expect them to give back to the platform as well. More than 50% of mentees actually are willing to take part in mentorship programs and be mentors after they've completed their mentorship.
And just to add on my...
Yeah, actually.
Would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, so just on the revenue streams, there's other sources of revenues that we're also considering, such as utilizing the data and the AI models that we have created in this model, which we will be able to sell it eventually to the companies and the partners that we have already been able to collaborate with. So these partners and the data that we utilize from the university students and from all the people who are registered from the NIC platform, we will be able to utilize this information to forecast and anticipate the future jobs and how the change in the skills to anticipate the future job demand in the market, which are very dynamic, especially in these times.
To add on my teammate's response to your second question, so what we're planning to do on the platform is that we want to integrate a video call platform and audio call platform, as well as messaging service and some kind of a data history. So in this way, you'd have all your data being collected and displayed for you in the same destination, which should make sure that mentor and mentee interactions stay within the platform. Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions?
Could you just elaborate a little bit on the mentorship kind of period, or how just give an example of a scenario?
Yep. So within our survey, actually, we found that mentees had certain preferences.
There are mentees that wanted a one-time interaction to learn how to create their own roadmap or how to ask for certain consultations, while others actually asked for long-term mentorships, which might take months to a year to a few years within their own trajectory within the educational journey, whether they're starting a university program or actually hunting for jobs, or a bit uncertain in deciding what holds within their future. So this platform actually gives us a multifaceted strategy in fulfilling certain timelines, different goals for different mentees, hopefully in creating them as a ready, competent workforce in the future.
Thank you, Saud. And I would like also to add on that, where there is also some examples from the IESTA where we have collaborated with them, that they have sent 7 students from Jamiat Taiba, in Medina Munawwara, and these students have been able to find internships for programs differing from 1 month until 45 weeks in companies such as Samsung and Boeing in the US. So these are some examples of the duration of the programs and the internships, which they can be varied from 1 week or 1 month until 45 weeks, defined from the IESTA and Qima.
And if I can add to that once more, I'm quite sure we've all had one of those moments where we've thought to ourselves, if only I'd known this sooner, I might have made a different decision, gone down a different path. Something would have been different. And mentees tend to be inspired by these moments. So the mentees we've spoken to, in fact, were. We seek to ensure that this is perpetuated. And this inspiration by itself ensures that the cycle continues.
Thank you indeed. We have room for one last question from the judges. Okay. Thank you indeed, Team Futuristique.
Yep. Great job. Sorry. Good job, guys. Good job.
Our following team is Job Bud, Ghada Swayed, Abdulaziz Al-Hamoudi, Yusuf Al-Qadi, Jilnar Al-Zayer, Sattam Al-Qdadi, Muhammad Shah. And the challenge is how to prepare the Saudi workforce for the jobs of the future. Jabbat, 5 minutes, good luck.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sattam Al-Qdadi.
My name is Abdulaziz.
And today we present to you Job Buds. I think all of us in this room are privileged and fortunate. We're privileged because we have access to resources and opportunities such as Misk Fellowship and the resources that Misk provides, and other similar ones as well. However, many students are not as fortunate as we are, and they do not have access to the same resources. And they end up facing different challenges, such as the mismatch between educational outcomes and labor market needs, technology displacement of jobs. McKinsey estimates that 400 to 800 million jobs could be lost by 2030 due to automation. And finally, there is the lack of career guidance. In a survey that our team conducted, 68% of the respondents indicated that they did not receive proper career guidance when they made their decision and ended up choosing a field that they were not passionate about. Some of them were stuck in it, and some of them managed to change it later on. What we need is a solution that can enable students to explore career pathways early on when they're in school and make informed decisions about what they want to do with their lives based on their passions and the market needs. Enter JobBud, a digital platform that enables students to explore their passions and make more informed decisions based on assessments and tests and based on expertise from business professionals and educational experts to enable lifelong learning. My colleague Abdulaziz will go further to explain the solution.
So to address this solution sustainably, our team developed JobBuds platform by leveraging AI technology. The platform provides three main solutions to address the previous problems. The first one is skill assessment, which allow users to identify their personality trait, their career interests, as well as test their background knowledge. Now, based on the result, the platform will provide a roadmap with skills that is match the job interests of these users. In addition, the platform provides one-on-one career mentorship service where it connects users with experienced professionals across industries. Now, these services are enabled by the design of 4 AI engines, each one of them designed to perform a specific task, from identifying the skills necessary for any job to tailoring content based on the user's career interest and background. So the platform is built around 4 primary value propositions. The first one is equal opportunity, where everyone can have access to career guidance, whether in your 20s or 70s. The second one is tailoring content based on the user's career interest and background. And the third one is networking opportunity, by not just connecting with experienced professionals, but also with users who share the same career path. And finally, and most importantly, sustainability, by continuously investing in new technology to ensure sustainable development. So this is an example of how our MVP main solution is designed. What you see here is a screenshot of a career roadmap with essential skills generated using our AI engine for a user who is interested in a career in cybersecurity. So the AI engine will define the skills necessary for any job by continuously analyzing job description from career website, as well as identifying the prerequisite relationship and other relevant information such as soft skills for this career and average salary. And inspired by the Misk mentoring program, the tool also provides you with a marketplace where users can connect with experienced mentors to get insight into a particular industry if needed for a certain fee.
Now, I think at this point we could all agree that there's great value in this product. Luckily, we believe it also makes business sense. We think this product is scalable, sustainable, because of the use of technology such as cloud computing and AI, and it also addresses a very under-tapped market here in Saudi Arabia. Now, if we look at the financials, in estimating our revenues, we tried to be quite conservative, and when looking at the cost, we were more generous in our budgeting. We expect in year 1 to have about 1,000 users and make over 800,000 riyals in revenues with 2.6 million in cost. Most of that will be to build the platform and to test it.
Time is up.
Break even should be by year 5. And our go-to-market strategy, we're focusing on middle school and high school students. Our marketing will be based on word of mouth to demonstrate the value of the product based on the users who have tried it. Inbound marketing, whether it's targeted ads or social media influencers who could raise awareness and about the value of the product and about what it offers. And finally, partnerships with the Ministry of Education, Human Resources Development Fund, and individual schools. Now, we believe that our product will enable students to make more informed decisions about their career paths, to hopefully pursue their desired studies, whether that's in universities or other fields, and hopefully land their dream jobs. Finally, I would like to thank all the team members who worked diligently with us on this project, but were not able to attend today. We'd like to recognize them as well for that. With that, thank you very much, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Team Bud. We have 7 minutes for Q&A. Our dear judges, please go ahead.
Yes, one question. Don't you think that, for example, integrating job announcement and job application could be highly complementing your platform? In that way, you have a job match, and then you can better profile in the career path, this kind of thing.
100%. That's something that we have thought about, but we thought that in the initial stage when we start, we want to focus on where there is more need and what we have a competitive advantage in. Because right now, there are other platforms that connect you to employers. And I think Abdulaziz could also add to that later. we could connect them using these other platforms that already exist. In the future, definitely that would be a great thing to have.
Yes, so we already talked about partnering with actually local companies like Khibra, for example, who already provide a service like this, but without the tailored career roadmap. But it's definitely something that we are looking to, as well as other major phases that focus on other areas as well.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions from our judges?
If you can elaborate more on the scalability aspect, so mentors' time is typically scarce, and having this one-on-one sort of guidance is a bit unscalable. Is there sort of an automated way to scale that proposition, given that it's at the center of the
Okay,
platform?
so for this one is actually a marketplace. So mentors who are looking to make an extra bucks, for example, they will register their service through this marketplace to offer mentorship for students. So it's not something that we hire mentors to do so, but it is basically based on the mentor's free time.
Just to further clarify on this one, the main solution that we are providing here is digitally enabled. You don't necessarily need the mentorships. It's an add-on service that we have on our platform. The main service you get is that you take some assessments to tell you more about your personality type, your knowledge level in different subjects, and about your passions and interests. And based on that, the algorithm creates a tailored roadmap for you based on the different options that we think could be suitable for you. You could choose one of those, and then it will create a roadmap for you, telling you, these are the skills that you need to learn, and that's how you get them. These are the soft skills that you need to learn, and that's how you can get them. And whatever other complementary knowledge or skills that you need. If you want, you can opt for mentoring one-on-one sessions, and that will be an add-on where, as Abdelaziz mentioned, we're just a marketplace. We connect the mentors with the users. They charge them. We charge a commission from the mentors, and that's it.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions? Please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd just like to ask about your plan in terms of go-to-market and onboarding different sectors. Do you plan to focus on specific career paths or specific industry sectors? Because I think to build credibility in a congested space, it needs to be clear where your value add is. So what's your plan there?
100%. So as I mentioned, when we talk about, first of all, to explain the segment that we're focusing on, we're focusing on middle school and high school students because we think that's where the highest impact could be made before they go to college. When we start, we want to focus on college majors generally, and then later on, as we see more successes, we get more feedback from the users, and we further feed our algorithm and our platform, we could expand further to other fields. But the idea is, what we're trying to tackle is, when you look at the unemployment numbers in the records and the statistics, you can see that there are specific fields where unemployment is higher for Saudis, those who go to college. Mainly, that's in business, STEM, and humanities. And if you focus on the specific majors in there, we all know that there is a need for most of these areas, at least, especially business and STEM. Of course, humanities is always needed, but it depends on what market you're looking at. What's missing there? We want to look at that and see what are the business professionals looking for that they cannot find in the current talent. And that's what we want to address first.
If I may add, so all this is done using our AI engines. So the AI engines will continuously analyze job description across all career websites, LinkedIn and Abiyat, and it can identify the skills that are missing in the current market.
And of course, it's not just a program that does everything. The idea is to enable it through our governance of the product or of the company to have educational experts and business professionals who can also provide guidance on where to focus, what to look for, and how to design this in the most optimal way.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Team Job Bud. Thank you. A big round of applause for our last team before the break. Thank you, Team Job Bud. And now we have a 15 minutes only break. We're having a 15 minutes, and we'll be back to continue the competition with the rest of the teams. We have 6 teams in the pipeline. Thank you indeed. نراكم بعد 15 دقيقة من الآن. حفلنا الكريم سنعود لاستكمال برامج هذا الحفل بعد 5 دقائق من الآن. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 minutes to go. Thank you. السيدات والسادة الكرام، ندعوكم للانضمام إلينا هنا لنبدأ ونستكمل الفقرات الخاصة بهذا الحفل. سنبدأ بعد دقيقة من الآن. We're starting in 1 minute from now. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Let's go ahead and start with our 8th team, Foodergy. Foodergy, Abdulaziz Al-Amir, Bandar Ashraim, Dana Al-Ismail, Fahad Al-Shayban, Reem Al-Daluj, Muhammad Sulaiman. And the challenge is, how can KSA promote sustainable energy consumption models across the kingdom? Foodergy, 5 minutes. Good luck.
Assalamu alaikum. We are Foodergy. Team number 8, solving SDG number 7, affordable and clean energy. In the next 5 minutes, we will cover all about our problem solution, our concept, our 2 softwares, and our future plans. But before we talk all about Foodergy, let's introduce the people behind it. We are 6 students, 4 studying in the US, 1 in the UK, and 1 in Saudi, with Abdulaziz doing his PhD, Fahad his master's, and I, Reem, Bandar and Muhammad, doing our undergraduate degree in engineering and science. Our biggest goal in this presentation is to shift your perspective towards finding opportunities in every single thing, even if it was food waste. In Saudi Arabia, more than 3 million tons of food is wasted annually. If all of this amount was utilized, it has the potential of providing electricity for more than 25,000 households for a whole year. And hence, in Foodergy, we propose a solution based on converting this amount of food waste into bioenergy, specifically bioelectricity. This diagram shows the journey of our customers and the whole process altogether. Our customers are individuals and commercial enterprises, and we will be starting with commercials first while we raise the awareness of the population through our educational website. And then the user will be able to use our application after they scan the QR code on their bin, which will transfer them to fill a form to confirm their food waste bag submission. This will ultimately provide them with points that they can further use to purchase environmental friendly products from our partners. This ensures that we can support other businesses and startups inside and outside Saudi. After the food waste is being collected, it is transferred to the anaerobic digester, where it is shredded, homogenized, undergoes chemical processes, and this gives us 2 products: fertilizers and biogas, the biogas is further converted into bioelectricity. How does this support Saudi in every single aspect? And more about our two softwares will be explained by Banter.
Imagine a world with Foodergy. The concept at play has numerous impacts on our lives individually, as a kingdom, and as a planet. Carbon dioxide is a critical contributor towards global warming. With our concept, we'd be able to reduce the amount of carbon dioxide that is released into the atmosphere, as our biogas is a carbon neutral alternative to natural gas. This methodology will also align with Vision 2030 and having 50% of our nation's energy produced being by way of renewable energy. Food waste in the kingdom is roughly in the billions of riyals yearly. Investing that lost money into this concept will allow for our economy to boom. Building up the knowledge on food waste within the population will allow for people to hold each other accountable. Having that sense of camaraderie within society will only allow us to grow together. Within the religion of Islam, we are not supposed to overconsume when it comes to our daily sustenance. Having been set up for food waste will allow us to better judge how much we consume and give away to the needy. قال الله تعالى بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وكلوا واشربوا ولا تسرفوا إنه لا يحب المسرفين. Our plan is to convert that waste into an opportunity. Now, for our app, as Dana previously mentioned, upon submitting your food waste, you receive points. Now, for individuals, they'll be able to use these points that they received to buy products from the many companies that we will be partnered with. As for commercial enterprises, they'll be able to use the food waste bags that they give away for services that help and benefit them depending on their own needs. Now, for the website, what we hope to do is provide education by way of different courses that will help educate the masses when it comes to what we are aiming to do. Now, alongside the actual courses, upon completion of them, you'll actually be able to receive an accredited certificate. Now, on to Fahad with the business case.
And so talking about the business case, we decided to model this plant based on Riyadh metrics, and that is due to the fact that Riyadh is the largest food waste generator in the kingdom, generating about 1.8 million tons of organic food waste annually. And so we estimate that the cost for this plant would be around 1.89 billion riyals, which assumes that we capture 50% of the food waste market here, or around 900,000 tons of production capacity. And most of these costs are a function of the procurement costs and manpower needed to build the plant, the logistics of actually transporting and filtering out the food waste, as well as operating and maintenance costs. And in terms of products, the two main revenue streams for our plant would be the biogas and the fertilizer soil. Both of these are greener alternatives to current market, as the biogas is considered a carbon neutral energy source, while the fertilizer uses a less energy intensive method to be produced commercially. And so we expect that the revenue from these two products would be around 350 million riyals annually, which would create a payback period of about 5 years with an average plant lifespan of 15 years. And next, talking about the go-to-market plan. So we would start with the logistics of actually securing the initial investment, the plant design, and transporting the food waste. Then it's about building the application and website, which would help educate the masses and really spread our vision. After that, it's establishing supply and demand partners, such as partnering with the Saudi Electric Company and the agricultural community to help reach market competitively. And finally, to ensure scalability, we can turn to households in which we offer points or reward systems to individuals who are willing to package and leave their food waste for us to provide or to transport. And so we hope that with Foodergy, we're able to solve more than one SDG and not just the universal energy one. And thank you all for listening, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you indeed. We have 7 minutes for Q&A. Please, valued judges, go ahead.
So very impressive presentation, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question regarding the capital expenditure on the biomass plant. So it's a large capex. Is there a way to do this in a more modular fashion? So you start with a smaller plant and scale up, and have you thought around the capacity?
Of course, and that's something that we have thought about. So this large capital is to capture 50% of the waste here, And that would also save some hidden costs in that you don't need to really throw that food waste into landfills or store it anywhere. So we could start with a modular approach, and that's one of the meetings that we had with SEC. That's what they suggested, is that we start that we transition this to replace the diesel barrels that are powering up the billboards and all that. So it is possible, and that's definitely going to be the first start to the proof of concept. But to reach our goal of the 50%, that's kind of the aim that we want to get to. Yeah.
It's a great solution, and I think it's a global problem. So 40–50% of food is wasted every year. So definitely this is something that's scalable in concept. One of the main challenges is actually looking at, from a supply perspective, the compostable machines, the supply plants. How do you make that sort of scalable in that sense? So you build an initial plant, but what's the capacity? How do you expand in other markets where they do or do not have this part of the, let's say, the supply aspect? And then can you elaborate on your pricing model? So subscription.
Yeah, so do you mean the supply for the food waste or for the actual tanks and the equipment and the plant?
For the plant.
Okay, yeah. So the economies of scale on this project are kind of limited, especially because for each tank, you have to leave the food waste in there for a few days so that the microorganisms can feed off it and produce methane and all that. But the economies of scale really come from the logistics of transporting and really sorting the food waste. It can be automated later on, and that would really help save the cost of the manpower needed. The combustion and really the production of energy through methane can be scaled accordingly. So the limiting factor of the economies of scale is just the tank where we house the food waste, which is going to be there for a few days. And that's something that we're trying to work around, but when we get to that 50% capacity, we'll see where we go. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Can I ask, is there a similar solution currently in Saudi, in the region? And okay, that's a quick answer. And the second question would be, who's your competitors in the market?
Yeah, so in terms of any similar solution, we looked and in the region, in the kingdom, and really in the GCC, we haven't found anyone implementing this anaerobic digester where you transmit the food waste into electricity, and that's probably because the electricity that you're getting out is not that much. But the real key to this project is the integration of the supply. So you're really saving up the landfills. You're saving the hotels money in that they don't really need to store their wet food waste in their fridges. You kind of provide a convenient pickup for them. You have the methane, which produces electricity, and that's also a revenue source, the fertilizer, and it's really the combination of all that. So in terms of a particular solution like that in Saudi, we haven't found any, and we looked. And there are like other solutions. There's one called Idama, which deals with food waste to generate fertilizer, but not really in the biogas thing.
They
the whole
compost.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow-up question. So what's the biggest challenge that you think you guys will be facing?
So the biggest challenge is really providing the electricity at a profitable rate for us, and that's because electricity is subsidized by the government now. The SEC isn't really interested in doing any new plants or renewable plants. It's all done through contractors that are third parties, so it's really dealing with that and trying to figure out the optimal price that we can convey that biogas electricity into something profitable for us. And I think it's just going to be a combination of all the revenue sources and not just the electricity for the success of this project.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions or judges?
I have a comment. It's not a question regarding your assumption, of which you plan to capture 50% of the waste. I think, for the time being, at least, I don't think this is realistic. So, as my colleague mentioned before, you should come up with a plan where you will start small, at least to have until you have a proof of concept. Then you can scale it up in the long term.
Of course.
Thank you indeed, Team Foodergy.
Thank you.
And now with our ninth team, Solar Roofs. Solar Roofs ضيف الله العتيبي، آلاء الخميس، ديما الخالدي، عبد العزيز الغامدي، عبد الملك الفيلي، ندى الملا. The challenge is, how can the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia promote sustainable consumption models? Solar Roofs, 5 minutes, good luck.
Assalamu alaikum. By 2060, Saudi Arabia aims to have net zero carbon emissions and 50% renewables by 2030. In light of this clean energy ambition, our team has decided to develop a solution that brings us one step closer to achieving the sustainable goal. This solution is solar roofs. We are a team of ambitious Saudi youths with a vision of a sustainable future for the kingdom and a mission to achieve it by utilizing renewable energy in a unique and effective way.
Our team is composed of 6 young Saudis with diverse backgrounds in engineering, environmental science, architecture, and economics. Our task is to tackle one of the most important United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDG 7, which deals with sustainable, affordable, and clean energy. The energy industry in Saudi Arabia faces many problems today. Some of these problems include its reliance on non-renewables, which in turn leads to an increase in harmful emissions to the environment, concern about cost and the necessity to work on reducing it, and finally, that it's a monopolized and single-source industry.
Our solution sees the potential in the empty and abundant rooftops of malls as areas where energy can be harnessed, a proposition to diversify the energy market. We propose installing isolated microgrid solar systems at mall rooftops and selling this generated renewable energy to shops within the malls at a reduced cost. The shops will have easy access to the platform through their computers and smartphones. This will allow us to provide an energy that is more affordable, renewable, and easily accessible, therefore fulfilling the objectives of the 7th SDG.
So the project setup consists of an isolated microgrid that's connected to batteries and solar panels that's placed on the mall's rooftop. The business model is a B2B model where we own and operate solar roofs and sell electricity directly to the shopping mall. It's also a subscription-based model where the mall can subscribe for a 10-year subscription. So to test the feasibility of our business, we did a model simulation based on a Dhahran Mall in the Eastern Province. And we gathered all the electricity demand data, solar irradiation for the mall's location in order to estimate the optimal capacity of batteries and solar panels. And our model suggests an initial cost of 48 million Saudi riyals with a payback period of 6.5 years. However, after we analyzed the model, we realized that the batteries get oversupplied in the summer, which leads to larger batteries. And so we included an ICT component of automated shading for the solar PV panels to prevent the batteries from getting oversupplied to reduce the initial cost. With this, we reduced the initial cost and the payback period to 4 years.
So for the Dhahran Mall model, the projected total cost is estimated to be 31.5 million riyals. That comes with a reoccurring cost of around 5 million riyals per year for maintenance and operation. The project is expected to bring in around 12,300,000 riyals in revenue per year and 7,300,000 riyals of profit per year. The project is expected to have a 4-year break-even period on the investment.
Based on our case study of the Haram Mall and its annual electricity consumption, more than 500 tons of CO2 emissions could be emitted if the mall if the mall chose solar roofs, which that's equivalent to more than 25,000 trees carbon. That's equivalent to what 25,000 trees could emit. Solar Roof's business model is project-based, where one mall is equivalent to one project. That being said, each project passes through 4 stages. The first would be the feasibility analysis. How feasible is our project within this mall? The second is procuring the material, which is done by different vendors in Kingdom and out of Kingdom, and it's through bidding. Third stage would be installing the material and installing our assets, which will be done through our contractors. And the final stage would be us operating the assets and maintaining it.
Hello? Our user-friendly website caters for your needs. It does more than simply inform you about us as solar roofs, but also about you as an energy consumer, featuring a savings calculator to help you compare between your current energy consumption and potentially your futures. We at Solar Roofs aim to help facilitate a future for the kingdom in which the choice of energy consumption is clear, and that is to choose solar. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, team. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have 7 minutes for the Q&A. Our valued judges, please go ahead. Solar Roofs.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's again a great concept towards renewables, net zero emission. How do you see the scalability of these, going from one project to another versus setting up a solar farm somewhere in a more feasible location and then selling it as sort of a subscription basis to businesses, smaller businesses that do not have the feasibility of putting on their roofs the solar plans, etc. So have you assessed this option, and then how scalable is your current solution?
I think we found that malls were a great candidate because they often have large roof space that's empty. But that's why we chose malls. But then if you think about the next steps, we could go into small businesses, government buildings, even places that can't necessarily have the solar panels on the premises. That's a way to expand. But I think for us, what makes sense is to look at each new project with a mall or with any other entity as an individual project, because this way you can create a mini grid that feeds this certain place, and you sort of just don't worry about it being integrated and all the costs and hassles that come with that kind of stuff.
Yes, I would like to add to what my colleague just said. We saw the opportunity of unutilized roofs in malls, implementing the idea of producing electricity in empty spaces and then using it in congested areas. What is a probability. However, we'll face the issue of transmitting this energy to further places. However, if we implement it in roofs that are not utilized, we can make use of generation and consumption within the same space without needing to transmit it into further places.
Yes, and also one realization we got from the model is that solar PVs and batteries only account for 15% of the mall's rooftop, Mall of Dhahran. So therefore, this can be replicated to other commercial sectors for small businesses, not just shopping mall.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions from our judges? Thank you, team Solar Roofs. Thank you.
Thank you.
10th team is ازدهار. ازدهار عمر قباني، بكر مديني، لمار مفتي، روان القحطاني، سماهر البليهيس. The challenge is, how can KSA foster social entrepreneurship among its youth and enable them to drive innovation to scale social impact? Izdihar, 5 minutes. Good luck.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. This is Team Izdihar, and we worked in SDG number 8, that is decent work and economic growth. First, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Samahar Blihis, and this is my team, Bakr Madini, Umar Qabbani, Lamar Mufti, and Rawan Al-Qahtani. What makes social entrepreneurship different? Because 1 riyal in charity is 1 riyal out, but 1 riyal in social entrepreneurship is 10 riyals out.
Izdihar is a platform that provides a convenient and comprehensive set of solutions to both individual social entrepreneurs and corporations. This is done through creating a space for ideation and collaboration, coupled with a streamlined funding process and governance. To formulate our solution, we started by understanding our problem at hand through conducting market and industry research and identifying our end user, then creating a draft and testing it out on our end users several times until we launched our MVP.
Moving forward to the industry, we compared Saudi Arabia with the top performing countries in social entrepreneurship. And that's in respect of providing various funding opportunities, creating spaces for stakeholders to interact, special legal status, and lastly, cultural support. Based on the results shown in the table, we concluded that there is a great opportunity for growth in funding and ideation spaces. Next, we defined our end users, our youth from the age of 18 to 34 in Saudi, who either started or seriously intend to engage in social entrepreneurship, but don't have extensive businesses or social entrepreneurship experience. Another end users are corporations and other sponsoring entities. Our value proposition is to provide young social entrepreneurs with the opportunities and resources to own and work on projects with social impact, as well to provide corporations with a convenient solution to satisfy their CSR goals.
Based on the industry and our end user, we created a comprehensive 3-in-1 solution that reinvents how social entrepreneurship is done. We create a place for all stakeholders, from social entrepreneurs, government agencies, and funding entities to interact with each other. You're concerned about a problem? We have the space for you to ideate a solution. You already have an idea, then we have the project marketplace to start your idea and work on it. You are in between, then you can use our virtual advisor to help you develop your project.
Let's talk about the impact analysis. Today, we have a platform for 13 projects. Project Izdihar, in 5 years, based on our month-to-month forecasts, will have a platform for 5,000 projects. 450 times the projects we see today. 24,000 jobs, not normal jobs, but jobs where people own their work, shareholders in their projects. Moving on to the business case, so we see the lifetime value to customer acquisition cost. It goes from 1, our relationship with each customer is profitable from the first year, on to the 5th year of 5. The best SaaS businesses, private SaaS businesses benchmarked, they have an LTV to CAC of 5 to 6. These trade at 10x ARR. So let's move on now to the other assumptions. So margins are negative in the first few years, but this is expected with the high scalability. We're burning through cash to grow the business and reach to the goals of 5,000 projects. Bookings are also recognized later on because of deferred revenues. Revenues are being deferred and recognized later on. So we're maintaining a B2C to B2B ratio, social entrepreneurs to corporations of 5, that's the goal. 5 people on 1 project. Immense scalability, an innovative business model, Izdihar.
Based on that, we will need 750,000 riyals in seed funding until month 13. That represents a 49% equity with an evaluation of 1.5 million. Based on those numbers as well, the return of investment after 5 years will be 66.67%. And this is our go-to-market plan until month 13.
In our homepage, 2 main tabs will be displayed, the Project Hub and the Ideation Center. In the Project Hub, users are able to sign in as aspiring social entrepreneurs or organization or corporation. There, signed-in users can access posted ideas in the Ideation Center and access the ideas to look at details of community members, milestones, and calendars. Thank you, and now we open the floor to questions.
Thank you indeed, Team Izdihar. We have 7 minutes for Q&A. Our valued judges, please go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. I think I have a couple of questions. The first one is, how do you make money, basically? So what percentage cut of the fundraising? And the second, more important, a lot of the social projects typically get posted online without being vetted, that it's a feasible business case, that it's scalable. Is there any vetting or screening capabilities with this platform?
So that's 2 questions. I'll answer the first one, and then we'll address the second one. First of all, thank you so much for the question, Ustad Ahmad. Let's go to the revenue model, please, very quickly. So we have 2 sources of revenue, from the B2B and from the B2C. B2B, we're taking a commission on the projects. We assume that average project size, it increases over the years because of expansionary revenue. And then it's just a normal commission for being a broker of those projects and providing the services and providing the platform. So the second source of revenue is from the B2C. Social entrepreneurs have the option to subscribe at 400 riyals at the first year, and then 600 riyals in the following years. These are yearly revenues, and it's services that we provide, such as the virtual advisor, resources, learning materials, better opportunities, connecting them with the corporations, maybe enhancing their visibility to the corporations. Now, the second part of your question was, can you repeat it, please?
It was basically on the vetting of the projects, so how feasible they are before being posted online. So is there a vetting process in that?
Yes. So in terms of the projects, so we have projects ranging from ideation, so ideas. For an idea to move to a project, there are 2 requirements. The first one is for the idea to be developed into a level of maturity that has detailed milestones, KPIs, and in a sense, some guidelines or plans of how that project will be conducted. The second requirement is that a company or a sponsoring entity, whether it's a government agency or a company, would buy or invest in that idea. So those are the main 2 requirements. The first one ensures that overall there is a minimum standards for projects. The second one basically trusts that the companies and agencies who are involved in this platform are able to assist what fits them.
Adding on to that, so the businesses are outsourcing everything to Izdihar. The only thing that they have to do is hire a project manager, either internally or from Izdihar. Then the project manager has the responsibility. He's the owner, the main owner. He's responsible for forming the team from Izdihar. So the project manager would do the vetting.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions? Or valid
Can I ask
judges?
you one curiosity? Why you don't consider United States in your analysis? Because as far as I know, and I remember also a lot of discussion with colleagues in UDP, who want to start. It seems that to many that, especially California, Silicon Valley, and Los Angeles, they are the home of social impact enterprises.
Yes. So we considered the country as a whole. So yes, sometimes some states might be better than others. For example, also take Germany. Certain, like Berlin, for example, is better compared to, and Dortmund are better compared to other counties. That also applies to the US and other places. The second thing is that for the US specifically, one of the main contributing factors is the funding that is there, the wide opportunity for funding, and also how the concept is developed. When you say social entrepreneurship here in Saudi, for example, it might be hard to explain. People might think it is just a charity or like a volunteer project. So because of those things, we had the US in there. And also because of the number of entities, how developed the legal, legal infrastructure for that. There's definitely rooms for improvement. For example, in Germany, they have a special legal status for social enterprises. That's not the case, for example, in the US. But their non-profit and also their business legislation is quite developed.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, team Izdihar.
Okay.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite Team Gigaden. Team Gigaden, Fatma Al-Mubarak, Ali Al-Shams, Ruqayya Ajaj, Afra Al-Ubaid, Umar Al-Dhabbah, Dima Anhel. The challenge is, how can the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia leverage ICT and digital solutions to foster the gig economy and enhance social empowerment and employability of individuals in vulnerable groups? That is to say, for example, PWD, one youth and women. Team Gigaden, the floor is yours, 5 minutes.
السلام عليكم. منصة حر. A platform that aims to empower people with disability in gig economy. Let's start here. Meet our team, myself, Ruqayya, and Ali, as well as Fatima, Afra, Dima. Let's dive in directly. And excuse me, I would like right now to map out the market gap that we need to target. As you can see, in the right side, from my perspective as well, you will find talented people with disability who graduated from good schools, who has really good skills. And we do have growing market in gig economy, etc. But guess what? We have a true story that needs to be told. Why? Because that story inspired us in our project. Muhammad just graduated from good school. He has a translation degree after a year without getting a degree, without getting a job. He started to translate some documents, relatives, friends, to not lose his skills. A year after other, a project after other, a friend of him approached him and told him about the gig platforms. There are potential for you, go there. When he went to a gig platform, guess what? He found out most gig platforms right now in the website were built to not be inclusive for people with disability. Do you know all? What does that mean? It means Muhammad and over than 2.5 Saudi people with disability cannot access gig platforms, either in Arab world or internationally. So that's the problem, and to know how important our problem is and the market gap, see the digit. For some reasons, we have higher unemployment rate for people with disability. That inspired us and urged us to come up with a solution. The solution with Ruqayya.
So we do not want only to help Mohammed, who has a valuable skills, and he is only need direction and guidance of how to enter the market. We also want to help those with disability who lack the business, who lack the competitive skills to enter the market. So we are proposing to create an online platforms that has 3 hubs. The coaching hubs the trainings hubs where professionals with and without disability can offer their help and services to the disability communities. And also the coaching hubs where experienced gig professionals can provide their services to entry-level gig workers. These services, the trainings and coaches, we were able to sponsor them by the Ministry of Human Resources. Also, we have the accelerating matching hubs, which is the most important tools that we have in our proposed solution that filters the jobs from other existing gig platforms so that people with disability can reach their jobs that they are interested in through an accessible platforms. We have also secured an initial agreement from Sapar and Bahar, which are the biggest gig platforms in Saudi Arabia, and we are looking to partner with more than that. We think that the value proposition for our solution is not going to help only people with disability, but also people without disability. So trainers and coaches who offer services to those people with disability and also freelancers can also benefit from our platforms as it will increase their job opportunities. In addition to all of that, we believe that our platform is going to make a very huge impact in our society at the individual level, the society, the policy, and also the economy. And we have developed a very intensive plan of how we will measure our impact in our society. The most important things that we have started developing these platforms because we have seen in our business case that there is a high market value, and also there's a growing market in Saudi Arabia for the gig economy, and also there's high unemployment rate for people with disability. And this is all what our country is looking for to accomplish in Vision 2030. So we believe that our platform, if we started in 2022, we are going to make generate a valuable the value generation in we are going to generate money in 2024, which is after 3 years from starting the platforms. How we will reach our customers, we have also developed a very intensive plan for that because we are trying to reach them where they are. We want to collaborate with universities and disability organizations. We want to have a very intensive plan in how to enter the social media and reach people, those people with disability who want to enter the gig market, and also people without disability to provide their services through our platforms. We have a very intensive plan for that, and Omar is going to walk you through the platform.
We had a dream, and the dream became a reality. Here is our platform. It's live right now, and everyone can enter it right now and use it as minimum viable product. You can use it here, and you can see all the features that we have in our platform. Sure. Appreciation is part of our values, so that we would like to thank our mentor, Jawad, as well as our volunteer developer, Abdurrahman, and awesome facilitators, Abdurrahman Hanaki, as well as Abdurrahman al-Sheikh. We went an extra mile, and we wanted to test the technical side of our prototype. So we went to Professor David Johnson, who has over 40 years in people with disability employability in the USA, and he endorsed our product. Not that. We went also to الجمعية السعودية للتربية الخاصة, and we had an endorsement from them as well that our platform can solve the reality that we have right now with people with disability. Finally, success requires both urgency and patience. Be urgent about making the effort and patient about seeing the results. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you indeed, Team Gigaden. Now we have 7 minutes for Q&A. Our value judges, please go ahead.
Here.
رقية يسار. يسار. من هنا.
Thank you for the
Here?
presentation. I think it's a great platform.
Here?
I have maybe one question on what are the services that are being offered through the platform, and what kind of technology enablement do you provide for people on both ends, for employers and for people who are seeking sort of employment, and then what kind of sort of follow-on support in that sense, other than that matchmaking part?
I see. After analyzing the value chain of the journey, of the customer journey, we found there are kind of like three main weaknesses of that: training, coaching, and accelerating. What does that mean? For training, most of them, when we kind of like have a questionnaire, they have one of the most obstacle for them to not have a skill. So we have a service in our websites that kind of like freelancer as well as the trainee and trainer can kind of come together and have a training session, and we have commission on that, which Ministry of HR kind of like we had an initial agreement with them to sponsor that. After the first step, we have another step. They want to enter the market. So they need coaches who has an experience in that kind of like area to guide them throughout the journey. So we have coaches, the same idea as well as the training. Lastly, we don't want to reinvent the wheel. So we went to the biggest current freelancing company in Saudi Arabia, flexible work as well as freelancing platforms, and we had an initial agreement with them so that we can integrate our API with their API so that they can supply us with the opportunities. So that this is the first idea. We want to expand to other big platforms. That in a nutshell, our product.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions?
I have one question. First of all, thank you for your project and all effort you did. I highly first recommend you to visit there is a new authority which is called APD, هيئة رعاية الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة, so they may support you a lot in what you are planning to do. The second question, I didn't ask the question firstly, so how you will make sure that you will attract the right mentors and trainer to support your target audience?
رقية.
So we are planning to reach them in schools. So we will have a way how to attract them and also seek them and ask them personally in their schools. And also we know so many different disability organizations that they have a very outstanding trainers. So we want these trainers to advertise their work through our platforms. So yeah. So how we will make sure that they are the right trainers or not? We will have a rating for each trainers, and also our students with disabilities will be able to rate their mentors or their trainers or even their coaches, and vice versa. So we want to make sure that we can accommodate each teams and each groups, and also make sure that they have the right mentor and the right trainers. And if the trainers is not valuable or is not good, we will just exclude them from the platforms, or they will lose customers.
Yeah, and also we already approached حياة الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة, and they were kind of like fascinated of our idea, and they were about to give us an additional kind of like agreement to collaborate with us, but due to the time constraints of the project, December 22nd, they said, okay, we do have channels right now. After December 21st, we will have another meeting to look for kind of like channels to collaborate more.
Great,
thank you indeed. Any further questions? Please go ahead.
Given that you are going to collect data from people with disability, how are you planning to secure their data privacy? Because it will definitely contain sensitive data, and some of them might not be willing to share them. So how would you give this assurance?
Awesome. Ruqayya Ali, do you have anything about
We
it?
have the policy to make sure that their data that they're going to share with us is not going to share with anyone. That's basically it.
This is part of it, and this is really nice question though. Do you know what? Because we have partners with governmental entities that can provide us with the information. We don't like at the beginning to be involved at that privacy, since we do have that kind of like security expertise in that area. That's why we do have HR ministry to first to validate all participants in our platform are from people with disabilities, and all other kind of like private information regarding them, like ضمان الاجتماعي, etc.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. How did the whole idea start? Why did you choose this special project?
Awesome. The right person to answer it is Ruqayya.
It's my special area. So I'm focusing on social empowerment for people with disabilities. So I encourage my team to start in this, to focus on people with disabilities. And also because I tried to log into one of the gig platforms here. I couldn't because of the CAPTCHA. So I said maybe it's not only me, but also other people with disabilities.
And I'm proud of every team member that I have worked with. Ruqayya is our subject matter expert. She's a client, and she showed me the real insights and passion to tackle great ideas and challenges with each one expertise. So, on behalf of everyone here, thank you, Ruqayya.
Thank you indeed, Team Gigaden. Thank you. And now with our 12th team, R&D Oasis. روان الجلال، البراء الساعاتي، يوسف القوس، علي المهنا، بيلسان الشبر، وعلي الشبر. And the challenge is, how can KSA leverage ICT technologies to promote R&D activities and or enhance R&D output? Team R&D Oasis, 5 minutes, good luck.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are R&D Oasis, and we are very proud to share with you ABAR. ABAR is our solution to accelerate the transformation of the Saudi economy into a knowledge-based economy. And to tackle this challenge, we have a diverse team with a wide perspective, ranging from research to business and everything in between. Now, Saudi aspires to be among the top 10 countries globally in terms of the global competitive advantage. But there are a few challenges that need to be tackled first in order to get to that goal. We have been blessed with oil, and oil brought us a lot of prosperity in the economy. However, it's time to diverse away from oil. And indeed, Saudi invests as much as Denmark on R&D activity. However, the problem is the way we spend our money in R&D is not as efficient as we want it to be. We are ranked as on 104 in terms of the efficiency on how we spend our R&D money. And it's not like there's a lack of a brain power. We have more than 75,000 faculty members at Saudi universities. However, they're underutilized. And even the research that they do is typically confined within the research lab and hardly ever get transferred outside of the lab. And the reason behind that, because the research outcome and the business market needs are not well aligned together. With that, Rawan's going to introduce our solution to solve this problem.
Do you remember this graph? Research and business were aside. Now they are united. And we can only do this is through our platform, ABAR. ABAR is an interactive platform that highlights the business and research trends with customers' needs. It is a platform that converts a research paper into a tangible product, not a research paper on a shelf. But are you curious precisely why ABAR? ABAR بالعربي جمع بير. Beer, before we were digging wells for water, and the water was the only energy, source of energy. And then we figured out oil, and we're digging wells for oil. It is the only source for income and energy. But now we need to diversify. So we need to dig the wells for knowledge. And we can only do this is through collaboration. Collaboration is a core thing of our platform. And you cannot dig well of knowledge by yourself. The value proposition, we are a multi-sided platform. So we create a multi-sided value proposition. You name it, educational institution, SMEs, small to medium businesses, researchers, and everything in between. Always remember that ABAR keeps you connected, and we contribute with the 2030 vision that 2 universities has to be recognized globally, and it's only through the research output. Our impact assessment as follows. 97% of the business's production and innovation is used domestically or in the GCC region, and a tiny bit globally, knowing that 77% of the innovative businesses in Saudi Arabia are driven by customers' needs. If we want to be in the 10th competitive economy globally, and if we want to be in the G7 countries that controls the trends of the market, we need to invest in innovation. We need to invest in research. We're already investing 6 billion, more than 6 billion in research. But our efficiency is low. It's 104. And our efficiency in spending is 41. We need to decrease the ranking of 104 to increase the efficiency percentage, which is 39%. And we can only do this is through ABAR.
Now, keeping all those impacts and advantages to the economy, ABAR is a self-sustained solution, and even a profitable solution, with 5 streams of revenue. Every project that get funded through ABAR will take a small percentage for the services that we provided. We also charge 2 types of membership, both academic and corporate membership. The platform will also have an option for public donation for humanitarian causes. And only initially we're going to rely on a light subsidy from the government. With all those 5 streams of revenue, we project that we're going to break even in 3 years. And we're going to meet those financial markets through a lean approach. So we have two phases for launching. Initially, we're only going to start as a pilot plan through selected institutes, where we optimize and perfect the flow work of the process. In our 3rd year, we're going to launch publicly through our website with a more automated solution with no manual interference. Now, we've already built a prototype, and you can scan this QR code, and it's live. In this platform, the funding agency can propose the challenges that they want the solution for, and researchers can propose the solutions for it. And where we match both funding agency and research through both pull and push strategies. And we're also planning to build a community where a connection feed is visible to our members, and an AI-based suggestion is showed and recommendation for related projects and member. It also has a project management aspect where you keep track of all the projects and for documents and deliverable on progress. Now, there are other competitors in the market, but we believe that ABAR will overshadow this competition, mainly because of the local expertise and the customization that we provide through our local need. Thank you for your time. We are R&D Oasis, and we're ready for your questions.
Thank you, team R&D Oasis. And now we have 7 minutes for Q&A. Our valued judges, please go ahead.
I have a question. You have considered your platform the internationalization level of research? That's fundamental. One example, Saudi Arabia has access to European R&D programs, and can be also idea originated here can be also funded through this program. So I wonder, it's very hard to find one solution in one country and not having such a wide view.
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. Yes, indeed, R&D, we envision the current R&D processes, the funding is very, not as agile as we need it to be for an innovation solution. For innovation solution, agility is the key. And our platform provides this agility. It's a marketplace, a free marketplace where problems and solutions get matched together. And we envision that this to be globally as well, not only local to the kingdom, but what the advantage of this is can be adjusted locally. So local providers, local researchers will have a better insight of what's the demand locally, and that's one of the advantages that our platform can provide.
Just to add, we don't have customized solution for Saudi Arabia. We always bring outside expertise to solve our current problems or national problems. So our platforms, we have 75 researchers that is underutilized. We have labs, we have facilities that is underutilized, and we have businesses that wants to grow. And outside expertise doesn't know the culture, doesn't know our people, doesn't know our needs, doesn't know how our people will sustain and keep using this product. So this is the main thing. Yes, we have a scale-up strategy to be globally, but initially is for Saudi Arabia.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions?
What is the biggest challenges that you're facing? Is it in terms of getting the companies to post some of the projects? Some of them, they want to do it in secrecy. Is it getting feasible solutions to make sure that actually this is a platform that actually attracts the best in both parties to make a solution work?
Well, that's a very interesting question. We can add up this, but one of the key challenges that we faced is not from the researchers' point of view. They all want to cooperate. When they get the funding, they want to work. But from the company, confidentiality and the legal aspect was one of the things that we listened to companies. They're a bit hesitant in sharing some of the secret information that they have to do that. And to address this problem, we are planning to have a team of IP specialists or lawyers to write contracts that reserve the right for all stakeholders and with agreement before doing the project, so we avoid any conflicts in the future.
Thank you indeed. Any last question?
Do you want to add something?
Thank you, team R&D Oasis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last but not least team is بديل هشام أبو الخير معن الحمدان عمر الشنقيطي جراح الليلة ريفان عابد عبد الرحمن طيار. And the challenge is, how can KSA cities leverage technology to advance the adoption of the circular economy and promote sustainable transportation solutions? Team Badil, 5 minutes. Good luck.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. So we are a team Badil, and we have multidisciplinary backgrounds. We are very excited to be sharing a project that is linked to an aspect that relates to every part of our lives. So we are here to design, implement, and manage a system for smart roads, just because this is an issue that we think is related to every aspect of our lives. Thinking about today, it's essential thing to have a knowledge of how transportation affects our lives. So seeing these numbers, we have over 94% of road crashes according to the United States because of human errors. And also locally, we've estimated 450,000 hours of time wasted in transportation. So it affects both our lives and it affects our time and our economy. So I'll leave the floor for Maan to dig deeper into the solution.
Thank you. So our solution is split into 3 phases to balance ease of implementation and innovation. In our first phase, we are going to optimize traffic lights. Sensors installed at intersections will update traffic signal timings to have the most efficient traffic flow. Adjacent signals will be connected to each other so that one vehicle will go through one green light, one after the other, and minimize stopping time. We conducted a study in Khobar with 3 adjacent traffic lights, and we found that with an expected 35% reduction in wait times, we can have 200 hours saved annually at just 1 traffic light alone. Data collected from these sensors can also be used to understand long-term traffic trends as well. We then move on to the second phase, where we have vehicle-to-infrastructure technology. Transceivers will be installed in emergency vehicles to prioritize their green signal timings. Similar devices will be introduced to personal vehicles as well. These have the capability to alert drivers of road hazards, pay for tolls, notify time left at traffic lights, and even guide you to where to find parking. In the third and final stage, the transceivers that are already installed in vehicles will be able to communicate to each other. We had this as the final stage to allow enough time for the technology to advance and be safe and reliable. V2V has many applications, most noteworthy of which is having vehicles travel at the same speed in vehicle trains. They can also control the gaps at which they move to minimize the phantom traffic effect and also allow safe merging onto freeways.
Now that you have clearly understood our solutions, some of you might be wondering, how are they different from the ones that already exist in the market? We believe that our strongest competitive advantage is that our solutions are formulated and tailored to the governmental entities in the kingdom. Such entity is the Ministry of Education. Schools' commencement time can be adjusted using the long-term traffic data collected from our sensors. For example, by making classes start at, let's say, 10 a.m., the morning traffic congestion can be significantly reduced as a result of students commuting in a different time. And that was one example of countless entities that have the potential to utilize our solutions.
Based on our conservative prototype analysis, Badil will save around 450,000 hours from the road in the 3 main cities of Saudi Arabia. Also, this will translate in a GDP increase of 34 million Saudi riyal. In terms of environment, Badil will contribute positively towards Saudi Green Initiative, and it will reduce CO2 emission by 2.9 kilotons each year. Badil will place the 3 main cities of Saudi Arabia and will place them to be among the top 10 smart cities globally. Also, in terms of safety, Badil will eliminate and reduce 33% of car accidents by incentivizing road users to follow traffic rules. All of these numbers are based only on the first phase. Implementing the second and the third phase will have a multiplier effect, and it will also improve these numbers even more.
30 seconds.
When we talk about cost, capital expenditures, we can see that in stage 1, we're looking at 1.6 million riyals, and that includes sensors, solar panels, the AI code, and the data storage. And Badil's business model is revolved around 3 sources of revenue: the sale of the actual sensors. Second is going to be the data storage and management for a fee. And then thirdly, we monetize the big data we collect from the streets. And the capital structure or the equity structure, we are logically thinking that the government should have majority share in the company, but also thinking or proposing to have an alliance with private tech companies who could buy a stake in Badil. That way we can increase the exchange of expertise, skills, and also interusing the infrastructure between companies, which will reduce costs for all parties. Based on our assumptions and calculations, we come up with a number of 180,000 MPV with an internal rate of return of 13% based on an 8% WACC. This is all we have, and we're ready to take your questions.
Thank you indeed. And now we have 7 minutes for Q&A. Our valued judges, please go ahead.
Interested to know what conversations you've already had with the relevant government entities, because one thought I had during the presentation, which was very impressive, by the way, is that there's a lot of different moving parts, a lot of stakeholders, and a lot of things that need to be coordinated to make this happen. So I would like to know what conversations you've had and what indications you've had around the feasibility of this.
Yes. First of all, thank you for your kind words. I think the main stakeholder that we were in contact with was Mamra, specifically the one in Riyadh. It was actually, we found that some of the traffic lights here were already built to be connected to each other and to have efficient timings. They're also expecting to have V2V technology in the future as well, which is a goal we share. So we sort of talked about sort of the highlights we can focus on in our future two phases. The main point was, at least for the traffic lights, is finding a sensor that is able to connect to a central processing system. We were able to find a company, European company named Fleur, which would be our biggest candidate for this.
Thank you indeed. Any further questions?
Great presentation. A couple of questions. The enabling infrastructure that is required on the road for the smart, V2X to operate. Do you need any special requirements in terms of the type of the road, the physical infrastructure? And the second is the transponder that you mentioned. Is it more of a do-it-yourself, or is it actually, it has to be integrated and it's sort of a process to build that in the car?
Okay, so first of all, for the transceiver, we were not able to find something that's currently in the market that we can really benchmark off of or use or sort of utilize here, which goes back to why we decided on our business model to have 3 different phases. So these transceivers still aren't finalized. Once we build enough trust in Badil as a solution to this, we can move on forward to finding a better finding a company that is able to give this to us. In terms of the physical infrastructure, this is also dependent on the solutions that we are going for. If we look at, for example, California, Tesla was actually one of the reasons why California had changed the road markings that they have on the road. So if this was, first of all, so that they can have autonomous vehicle functions. So if we look over here, if we are also aiming to have like autopilot or things like that, we would need specific road markings for that. In terms of the V2V application that we were thinking of, it seems like we don't need things to be changed in the physical infrastructure.
Yeah. I see there's in Europe there are similar systems. It's not a new idea, but I always seen in a place, say minor motorways in Italy, there were a special problem like fog, for example, that justified the investment, but they never reach a massive scale. So I don't know if you have reflected on this. So.
I think that one way to reach a massive scale or to kind of enable Badil to reach a potential where it controls a massive area and actually start producing meaningful recommendations in terms of managing traffic or so forth, is to actually have the alliance we talked about between the government and the private sector. If you enable or empower tech companies like Google or Uber who already gather data within the streets with the government's resources that can implement sensors or use the connectivity within the streets, that can lead to a pool of data that is so massive that, and it keeps growing, that it will become, the recommendation will become more and more accurate. And in terms of whether we reach a high scale, that depends on the government's commitment to keep up with the work or the plan to keep implementing the infrastructure that required for the vision to be realized.
To add on top of this, part of our business plan was to tailor these specific needs to the Saudi market. One of the biggest, I guess, selling points that we have is that we want to collect this data from traffic lights and specifically go to, for example, Ministry of Education. Once we have a better understanding of how many cars are out on the streets because of, let's say, college, for example, we can let them leave at, for example, 10 a.m., which is something Tayar mentioned. They can leave at 10 a.m., thus mitigating that rush hour in the morning for everyone.
Thank you indeed. Thank you, Team Badil. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will be announcing the winners in the closing ceremony tonight at 7 p.m. And now I'd like you to thank our judges with me. Thank you, judges. And I'd like to also thank our partners. And we'd like also to thank our teams for their hard work today. And now ladies and gentlemen, we have about 2 hours and 15 minutes for a break. Please note that you don't need to register again for the next part. Like I said, the winners will be announced in the closing ceremony tonight at 7 p.m. See you then.
تشيك مايك تشيك مايك بسم الله. تشيك مايك بسم الله. تشيك مايك بسم الله. تشيك تشيك.
full rehearsal. ندعو فريق العمل الماهر للانضمام إلينا في هذه التجربة المتكاملة. Testing 1 2 3. تمام مخرجنا؟ اوكي انا حكون تحت.
تقدم مسك القادة عدد من البرامج النوعية تستهدف نطاق واسع من الفئات العمرية تمتد من الطفولة وحتى القيادة التنفيذية. هدفنا المساهمة في صنع جيل من القادة قادر على بناء مستقبل مزهر من خلال تحقيق رؤية 2030 والمضي قدما. عدد من البرامج النوعية تستهدف نطاق واسع من الفئات العمرية تمتد من الطفولة وحتى القيادة التنفيذية. هدفنا المساهمة في صنع جيل من القادة قادر على بناء مستقبل مزهر من خلال تحقيق رؤية 2030 والمضي قدما. في المرحلة الثانوية نقدم برنامج الإعداد لنخبة الجامعات. هذا برنامج أطلق عام 2017. هدفه أنه يزود الشباب والشابات في المرحلة الثانوية بالمهارات اللازمة بهدف أن يكونوا منافسين على مستوى دولي عند التقديم لأفضل 20 جامعة في العالم. قام برنامج الإعداد لنخبة الجامعات بتخريج ما يقارب 400 طالب وطالبة من المرحلة الثانوية، 251 منهم حصلوا على قبول في أفضل 20 جامعة. زمالة مسك هو حقيقة برنامج طموح تم إطلاقه عام 2017. يقوم البرنامج على 4 ركائز أساسية: تطوير المهارات الشخصية من خلال معسكرات القيادة وأيضا التدريب الشخصي. ثانية ترك الأثر وخدمة المجتمع. الثالثة بناء شبكة من القادة بحيث أنه الطلاب اللي يشاركون في البرنامج يكونون معارف تستمر لسنوات طويلة، وأيضا تمكينهم من خلال تعريضهم لتجارب
تست تست. رقية.
هذا ما اشتغلت فيه كويس امس، كان اللي قبل. عادي تكلمني. تقدر تكلمني.
عشان بس تخش في الجو الكلمة تسترجعيها.
الحين تسمعني؟ تقييم انت. اوكي. اوكي يس. صوت جديد. ايه جديد. بس شكلي تمام. تعالي اسمعيني انتي. ما في مايك. اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. رجعت تكوني بعد. فاهمك شوي؟ حلوين سلمى؟ اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، مساء الخير. أنا بداية حابة المايك؟ عالي كده؟ تمام؟ اوكي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، مساء الخير. أنا سعيدة جدا اليوم بوجودي بينكم، وبشرفني إني هو ما في صوت. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، مساء الخير. أنا سعيدة جدا بوجودي بينكم اليوم، وشرفني أن أعرفكم نفسي. أنا معاكم رقية محمد عجاج، مرشح دكتوراه في مجال دراسة والتقييم في جامعة مينيسوتا،
عندي
تخصص
سؤال.
دقيق الدمج الاجتماعي لذوي الإعاقة البصرية. أنا من الناس الحريصة جدا على تمكين الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في المجتمع ورفع المستوى التوعية في المجتمع.
Just leave her.
خلال فترة حياتي واجهتني عقوبات.
هي صح عليها. You do yours. You do. Let her.
كده أنت؟ أوكي. خلال فترة حياتي واجهتني عقبات كثيرة من بعض الأشخاص اللي كانوا يقللوا من قدراتي الشخصية في عمل بعض المهام، بينما كنت أنا مؤمنة جدا بقدراتي وباهتماماتي، كنت أؤمن تماما بأني شخص قادر أني أوصل لكل شيء أنا أرغب فيه.
كل واحد يسوي بالطريقة اللي هو يحس إنه تشبهه. إيه صح. تحسين تشبهي كذا؟ إيه.
أوكي. هذا ما في صوت. فحبيت أني أتخصص في مجال الصحافة والإعلام في البكالوريوس بحيث أنه يكون صوت للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. خلال فترة دراسة البكالوريوس قمت بعمل العديد من قمت بعمل العديد من الإيفنتات الخاصة بنشر التوعية عن الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في هذه المرحلة. بعد تخرج مرحلة البكالوريوس مباشرة حبيت أني مو بس أكون صوت للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة بل أبني قاعدة علمية يكون صوتي فيها مسموع وأيضاً مبني على أسس وقواعد علمية بحيث أن يكون صوتي أقوى في المجتمع. فتخصصت في مجال التربية الخاصة في الماجستير وأيضاً أخذت ماجستير آخر في مجال القيادة والتطوير. فدمجت التخصصين مع بعض بحيث أن أكون متمكن في هذا المجال. خلال مرحلة دراسة الماجستير كنت أقرأ كثير في دراسات سابقة متعلقة بالأشخاص ذوي
حفلنا الكريم نأمل منكم التفضل بالانضمام إلينا هنا في القاعة الرئيسية استعدادا لبدء الحفل. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us at the main hall. We're starting shortly.
برنامج الإعداد لنخبة الجامعات، هذا برنامج أطلق عام 2017. هدفه أنه يزود الشباب والشابات في المرحلة الثانوية بالمهارات اللازمة بهدف أن يكونوا منافسين على مستوى دولي عند التقديم لأفضل 20 جامعة في العالم.
حين ذوي الأداء المتميز لتأمين مقاعدهم الدراسية في أفضل الجامعات العالمية المرموقة. وأيضا حظينا اليوم بفرصة حضور عروض مبهرة ومميزة قدمها الزملاء من برنامج زمالة مسك الذي انطلق في عام 2017 بهمة وطموح لا حدود لهما، وهو برنامج رائد يصقل مهارات الكوادر الشابة ذات الكفاءات العالية والتطلعات الطموحة ليكونوا بين نخبة القيادات المميزة
ويتابع أدق التفاصيل في أدائنا للوصول إلى هذا مدى فخركم بوجودكم معنا اليوم. بعدها حظيت بفرصة للابتعاث إلى الخارج إلى الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية بسبب تفوقي. في أول بداية دراستي هناك كنت يرتفع مستواي في الدراسة إلى أن كانت هناك اختبار مفصلي، وهو الاختبار التحصيلي لدرجة ما بعد الجامعة اللي صعب أن ينجح فيه الشخص من أول مرة. كنت من القلة الذين نجحوا في أول مرة ولله الحمد، ومنها ولله الحمد انتقلت إلى الحصول على الشهادة. من هذه التجربة وهذا الموقف الصعب اللي مر به تعلمت درس مهم جدا رغبت أن أشارككم فيه اليوم، ألا وهو مهما كانت الصعوبات والتحديات اللي أمامك، إذا كنت متسلح بالإصرار من جهة والمهارات المفيدة للموقف اللي أنت فيه من جهة ثانية، فأنت بإذن الله تستطيع أن تتجاوز هذه التحديات والصعاب. وهذا رسالة. أنتم في رحلة تعلمتم منها الكثير ومرت عليكم تجارب، وستتعلمون أكثر، وكلكم بإذن الله تعالى كل واحد فيكم وكل واحدة فيكم بإذن الله ستكون له قصة نجاح يقف في محفل مثل هذا ويرويها ويعلمها للآخرين. وأنا متفائل جدا بالمستقبل الذي سيصنعه شباب وشابات من أمثالكم. أدعوكم من هنا أن تجدوا وتجتهدوا وتتسلحوا بالإصرار، وأن تستفيدوا من البرامج التي تقدمها لكم مؤسسة مسك في مهارات ومعلومات تساعدكم في تحدي الصعاب التي ستواجهكم. وبالنسبة لخريجي برنامج الإعداد الجامعي، أنتم الآن في فرصة تعلم في هذه القاعة اليوم، أن تتعلموا من زملائكم الأكبر منكم الذين قد يكونوا بإذن الله تعالى عندما تستقر أموركم في جامعاتكم. وبالنسبة لقادة الزمالة، أنتم في برنامج مهم جدا من برامج مسك، ولكن هناك برامج ريادية قادمة مفيدة جدا لكم تصنع منكم قادة للتغيير، قادة رؤية 2030، فلا تتوانوا في التقديم عليها والانضمام إليها. ختاما، أشكركم على حضوركم الليلة، أشكركم على انضمامكم لبرنامج مسك وبرامج مسك، وأهنئكم على هذا الإنجاز الذي بفضله كنت أنتم معنا هنا اليوم. وتذكروا أن أي إنجاز صعب وأي إنجاز مهم لا يأتي إلا بالإصرار والعمل الجاد وتطبيق المهارات المفيدة. شكرا لكم جميعا.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور بدر البدر، وحقيقة كلمة ملهمة سيستفيد منها كثيرا أبناؤك الخريجين والخريجات. إذن حفلنا الكريم أتشرف الآن بدعوة الدكتور محمد أو عفوا المهندس أتشرف الآن بدعوة المهندس محمد الزيت مدير برامج القيادة المبكرة، فليتفضل مشكورا.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مرحبا بكم في هذه الليلة المميزة، وحياكم الله جميعا. اسمحوا لي أن أقدم لكم في سياق مسابقة أهداف التنمية المستدامة نبذة عن برنامج زمالة مسك. يستهدف برنامج زمالة مسك طلاب الجامعات بجميع مراحلها، بكالوريوس وماجستير ودكتوراه، والذين يتمتعون بأداء عالي وإمكانات استثنائية، والذين يتنافسون في أفضل الجامعات على مستوى دولي. يهدف البرنامج إلى تمكينهم من تطوير مهاراتهم القيادية من خلال العديد من الأنشطة النوعية. ومن ضمن هذه الأنشطة معسكر تدريبي يعنى بتنمية مهاراتهم القيادية خارج إطار الصفوف التقليدية، وأيضا هناك تدريب وتوجيه نوعي بشكل فردي لجميع الطلبة بشكل شهري، بهدف تزويدهم بأفضل الممارسات في تطوير المهارات القيادية. وكجزء من البرنامج تم تصميم مسابقة حلول أهداف التنمية المستدامة، وأهداف التنمية المستدامة الSDGs، وهي الأهداف المترابطة 17 التي وضعتها الأمم المتحدة في عام 2015 بهدف تزويد البلدان بمستقبل مستدام وأفضل في القطاعات الصحية والتعليمية والبيئية والطاقة وتقنية المعلومات، هادفة إلى تحقيقها بحلول عام 2030. اليوم عمل زملاء مسك المشاركون بفكرهم وعقولهم النيرة على حل العديد من التحديات التي تخوضها المملكة في هذا السياق، وقد قدموا ظهر اليوم في هذا المكان أفكاراً وحلولاً مبتكرة قابلة للتطبيق وفريدة من نوعها. تم تنفيذ هذه المسابقة بنجاح بالشراكة مع وزارة الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات ومنشآت وUNDP واستراتيجي أند وبين أند كومباني وBAE سيستمز. حظاً موفقاً لجميع المشاركين، وبارك الله في جهودهم ونفع الله بها البلاد، وشكراً لكم.
كان يوما مميزا حقا وجهود مشكورة لجميع الطلبة أو عفوا لجميع الخريجين والزملاء. إذا من أجل تكريم شركاء النجاح في برنامج زمالة مسك الذين كان لهم دور مهم وبارز في إنجاح البرنامج، أتشرف بدعوة الأمين العام لمؤسسة مسك الخيرية المهندس بدر الكحيل إلى المنصة، والرئيس التنفيذي لمؤسسة مسك الخيرية الدكتور بدر البدري. نبدأ بوزارة الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات التي قدمت مشكورة الامتيازات والحوافز لجميع الفرق بقيمة 300,000 على حد سواء، و3 جلسات إرشاد عمل لكل فائز، وبرنامج التدريب عبر الإنترنت للفائزين، وزيارة خاصة لمركز ريادة الأعمال الرقمية الخاص في الوزارة. ومنشآت التي قامت بإدراج جميع المشاركين في برنامج خريجي مسرعات الأعمال عبر شبكة الحاضنات السعودية، وربط وعرض الشركات على المستثمرين وتدريبهم على العروض، ودعوة الشركات للفعاليات الريادية وورش العمل، والمشاركة في فعاليات يوم المهنة لاستقطاب أصحاب المؤهلات المناسبة. وبرنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي UNDP الذي قام بتقديم دعوة لحضور مؤتمر عالمي خاص لأحد أعضاء الفريق الفائز. وبين أند كومباني التي قامت بتقديم تدريب وظيفي وتدريب مكثف على المهارات الاستشارية الأساسية في مقر شركتها. وأيضا شركة استراتيجي التي قدمت فرص وظائف بدوام كامل أو تدريب داخلي، وأيضا 2.5 يوم من التدريب المرئي الذي اشتمل على فهم تطبيقات التكنولوجيا الناشئة وأدوات عرض البيانات. ومسك فاونديشن، مسك الانطلاق، هو برنامج يدعم المفكرين والمبدعين بتحويل أفكارهم من أفكار إلى منتج أولي جاهز للإطلاق في السوق. عبر هذا البرنامج يتم دعم الفرق من الناحية التعليمية، الجاهزية، وتطوير نموذج المشروع والمنتج الأولي، وإعطائهم منصة للتحدث ومقابلة المستثمرين. BAE Systems أحد رعاة مسابقة زمالة مسك السنوية. وندعو مجددا بين أند كومباني التي قدمت تدريبا وظيفيا وتدريبا مكثفا على المهارات الاستشارية الأساسية في مقر شركتها. الآن اللحظة التي لطالما انتظرتموها، لحظة إعلان الفائزين. في المركز الخامس فاز بجائزة أفضل تفاعل في منصات التواصل الاجتماعي فريق فيوتشرستيك. وفي المركز الرابع وباختياركم أنتم اختيار الجمهور فاز فريق بديل. وفي المركز الثالث فاز في المركز الثالث Edu for All. وفاز في المركز الأول فاز في المركز الأول جيجدن. دكتور بدر، شكرا جزيلا. إذن أيها الإخوة والأخوات الكرام، نبارك للجميع هذا الفوز، الجميع فائز في المشاركة في هذا البرنامج. والآن لنشاهد سوية هذا العرض المرئي الخاص ببرنامج الإعداد لنخبة الجامعات.
خالد العتيبي. وصراحة اللي دفعني إني أشارك في البرنامج إنه أنا كان عندي طموح إني أبغى أشارك وأدخل من أفضل جامعات العالم، ووجدت إنه حيكون أفضل سبيل لي وطريق إني ألتحق برنامج مسك.
أول وظيفة اشتغلت فيها كانت تحت ريسك مانجمنت وانفورميشن سكيورتي.
إذن أيها الإخوة والأخوات الكرام، نشكر لكم انتظاركم. سنبدأ بعد لحظات من الآن جلسة حوارية بعنوان تنمية القيادات الشابة في مستقبل المملكة. توتيز
وين تبون؟
حياكم الله جميعا. إذا بسم الله نبدأ هذه الجلسة الحوارية بعنوان تنمية القيادات الشابة في مستقبل المملكة، بصحبة المهندس أنس المديفر الرئيس التنفيذي لبرنامج تنمية القدرات البشرية، والدكتور أنس الفارس الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة انتل ماتكس. طبعا بداية أستاذ المديفر أو مهندس المديفر، ما هو دور مسك وبرامجها في تنمية القدرات البشرية وتحقيق مستهدفات رؤية المملكة 2030؟ صوت. هاند هيلد أعطينا لو سمحت، والبطارية. طيب ننتقل للدكتور. إذا دكتور، ما هو دور، أو ذكرت مواطن يعني التنافس عالميا في حوار سابق، كيف ننافس عالميا؟
كيف ننافس عالميا؟ هذا سؤال صعب. أولا شكر لمسك لهذه الدعوة الكريمة. أعمل مع الزملاء في مسك الآن لنا فترة، وفعلا أتمتع في كل مرة من هالإيفنتس اللي تحضر، ومع نخبة طبعا من الزملاء بما فيهم الدكتور نبيل كوشك اليوم مرضنا بعد الله يعطيهم الصحة والعافية. أيضا موضوع بالنسبة للمهندس أنس، معلومة فقط، هذه أول مرة أكون أقعد في منصة ومعي واحد اسمه أنس، فيعني بالنسبة لي أنت رقم، لا فعلا رقم 8. أنا عدهم كم أنس قد قابلت في الإيفنت، يور ماي نمبر 8. فيعني الاسم على الأقل في جيلي كان نادر، ومن ثم كل ما أقابل هالأنس كانت تمثل، فهي صدفة بالنسبة لي جميلة. الله يعطيك العافية. نرجع لموضوع السؤال.
دكتور فارس، حقيقة ذكرت الآن أنك ذكرت شيء يختص بعملية صناعة القيادات الشابة، وهذا يعني يقع ضمن اختصاصاتك واهتماماتك.
صحيح. طيب، اليوم شفنا في مسك فعلا آلية ومنظومة لصناعة القيادات الشابة. من منطلق خبرة في هذا الموضوع، برجع يمكن عام 2011. كنت وقتها أعمل في كدكتور في جامعة MIT بعد التخرج، وكان طرح علي السؤال وقتها من الزملاء في مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، إنه كيف نستطيع أن نوجد آلية لصناعة قيادات شابة. بدأت الفكرة وقتها بأنه هل نستطيع ننشئ برنامج يستطيع أن يقوم بصناعة مثل هذه القيادات الشابة، وبدأنا برحلة بتعاون وقتها مع جامعة MIT لإنشاء مركز مشترك لتدريب، وطبعا تدريبهم على البحث العلمي بالأساس، ومن ثم صناعة مجموعة من القيادات الشابة هذه. وصناعة مثل هذا مو سهل، لأنه الحين لما ننظر لها عندنا طلبة متميزين للغاية، عندهم معدلات متميزة، قدراتهم أيضا متميزة، لكن هذا كله لا يكفي. والتراك ريكورد اللي نشوفه أيضا في القبول دليل كافي. كان وقتها في وقت ما نحكي في عام 2011 وما شابهها، كان أعداد المقبولين في جامعات مثل MIT يعد مو فقط على الأصابع، تقريبا غير متواجد. فكان السؤال كيف نستطيع أن نقوم بهذا التدريب، وقمنا ببرنامج يشابه بشكل أو بآخر ما نراه اليوم في مسك. كنا انتقائيين، كيف ننتقي طلبة مميزين، كيف نعطيهم وندربهم لفترة معينة، كيف نساعدهم على أنهم يقدمون على مثل هذه الجامعات، كيف يستطيعون يقبلون في مثل هذه الجامعات. ففي هذه الرحلة ولله الحمد حققنا وقتها الكثير، واستطعنا أيضا بنفس الأرقام اليوم نشوف كيف عدد ضخم المتقدمين اللي تقدموا، كيف نكون انتقائيين في هالسلكشن. أذكر في فترتها قدم علينا أكثر من 1400 متقدم، لم نختار إلا 6 من أصلهم، كان عندنا 0.5% of an acceptance rate، بحيث أن كانت الفكرة نرغب أننا كيف نرى أننا نحدد المتميزين، وبعدين diamond in the rough كيف نستطيع أن نساعدهم بحيث أنهم يصلون إلى مثل هذه الجامعات. and the experience was amazing في وقتها. لما ننظر الآن إلى من عام 2017 وطالع دخول مسك بنفس الآلية، وتقوم، احنا بعد كنا نركز على فئة عمرية واحدة اللي هي الطلبة ما بعد البكالوريوس. مسك الحمد لله الآن تنظر إلى سبكتروم أشمل، حتى بطلبة الثانوي وليس فقط طلبة البكالوريوس. فبناء على ما سبق أعتقد التجارب اللي الآن نراها سواء في مسك أو في جهات أخرى في المملكة هي فعلا اللي يجب أن نركز عليه as we progress.
شكرا جزيلا دكتور أنس. مهندس أنس، يعني حقيقة ما شاهدناه اليوم إجابة كافية، لكن نسمع أيضا ما هو دور مسك وبرمجها في تنمية القدرات البشرية.
مساكم الله بالخير جميعا، وأبارك للخريجين اليوم تخرجهم، ويعني الشهر هذا شهر مسك الحقيقة
بإذن الله.
في كل حفل مثل الاحتفالات هذه يعني نشوف طاقة إيجابية ويعني فرص ما كانت قبل موجودة. البرامج هذه اللي تقوم فيها مسك هي مكمل لجهود رؤية المملكة 2030 في تنمية القدرات البشرية. مسك منذ البداية ركزت على الشباب، والشباب هم المستقبل. يعني سمو سيدي ولي العهد في أحد لقاءاته سئل إيش أغلى شيء تملك السعودية للنجاح، وكانت إجابة مباشرة: المواطن السعودي. شبابنا اليوم هم فعلا وقود النجاح وقود الاستمرار إن شاء الله. الشباب اللي اليوم موجودين في هالبرامج هذه هم محظوظين، هم نخبة. يعني اليوم شفنا السلكشن كرايتيريا كيف كانت، وشفنا الدكتور بدر كان يتكلم عن التحديات قبل. ما كان عندنا هالجهود وما كان عندنا البرامج هذه. اليوم احنا برو اكتف وسباقين، ويعني فرص الحقيقة يعني خصوصا في برامج مسك استثنائية. الحقيقة طبعا كل البرامج اللي تهدف لتنمية قدرات الشباب هي محرك اقتصادي في الأول.
صحيح.
الشباب اللي اليوم شفناهم عدد منهم بيرجع يكون طبيب، مهندس، ورائد أعمال، وفي جميع قطاعات الاقتصادية، فهم محرك بالتأكيد، وهم القادة، وهم مستقبل قادة هذا البلد.
أحسنت. مهندس، علك تذكر لنا الفرز، عملية الفرز كانت الأرقام ما هي؟ لأن الجميع هنا فائزين. فالفائزين من الفائزين.
أنا طبعا ما حضرت السيشن اللي قبل، لكن اللي قدموا على البرنامج 10,000 برنامج الزمالة، يعني هذا عدد كبير. صحيح. الحقيقة، وهو مرحلة تحضيرية يعني. ومين يفكر يروح لأفضل الجامعات؟ اليوم عندنا طموح زيادة وجود السعوديين وتنافسهم عالميا في الجامعات العالمية وفي سوق العمل كذلك. نفخر لما نشوف سعوديين في المنظمات الدولية، في الشركات العالمية اللي عندنا احنا في السعودية أو برا. وصرنا نشوف يعني اليوم تأثير كبير للسعوديين على مستوى العالم، ونتطلع الحقيقة لتأثيرهم على الاقتصاد في المستقبل القريب وتحقيق أهداف رؤية المملكة 2030.
شكرا جزيلا مهندس. دكتور أنس الفارس، كافة القطاعات في المملكة تشهد نمو متسارع كما نعلم، وخاصة القطاعات الواعدة والناشئة، وتحديدا القطاعات التقنية. ما هي أهمية توافر قيادات شابة في كافة القطاعات وتحديدا القطاع التقني؟
طيب، خليني أحكي لك يعني من تجربتنا الشخصية، وفي إطارنا أيضا في شركة انتلماتكس. شركة انتلماتكس أنشئت كشركة ذكاء اصطناعي، فوكست أو اهتمامها هو الديب تك أو التقنية العميقة. لما أنشأناها كانت الفكرة اللي نعتقد في بداية إنشائها: هل ستكون الصعوبات والمعوقات هي التمويل، أو ستكون أمور أخرى؟ لقينا أنه بالعكس التمويل كان متواجد. إحنا كنا في بدايتنا وضعنا مدة شهرين للبحث عن التمويل، أغلقنا جولتنا الاستثمارية في أقل من 6 أسابيع، و we were 200% subscribed, so تمويل was not a problem، ما كان الإشكالية. وبعدين دخلنا في السياق الأهم، وهو كيف الآن where is the talent. الشركة في أساسها أنشئت من كانت 5 فاوندرز أو مؤسسين، وكانوا كلهم من مجموعة من اللي أنهوا دراسات عليا، بالذات إحنا في جامعة MIT، فاجتمعنا لإنشاء هذه الشركة. وكانت DNA اللي we embedded في الشركة أن نكون a global company من الأساس. فقلنا خلاص نبغى talent، we need talent، how do we bring talent in the pool. فحدث ولا حرج في موضوع طبعا نلقى تالنت في المملكه is a very complex one، لكن توقعنا انه لما انشأت الشركه ان انشأناها ايضا في 3 مدن، كانت الرياض، لندن وبوسطن. وقلنا خلاص ان عندنا if we have shortage of talent في الرياض we'll find talent في لندن or بوسطن. وركزنا طبعا على لندن، وقلنا لندن second highest number of الشركات الناشئة في العالم بعد سيليكون فالي. الإيكو سيستم هناك مخيف، التالنت سيكون متواجد، وما عندنا الإشكالية. والواقع صدمنا بحاجة مختلفة تماما. It became extremely difficult، ولا هو بس فقط صعب، لأنه احنا نتنافس مو فقط بنفس التالنت اللي يبحثون عنه جوجل، يبحثون عنه امازون، يبحثون عنه فيسبوك أو ميتا، أو يبحثون عنه المجموعة ككل. ف talent is the most important، والنوعية اللي نبحث عنها جميعا هم المشابهين اللي يتخرجون الآن من برامج زي برامج مسك. This is exactly the talent we're looking for. فهذه أرجع الموضوع تقول لي وين الصعوبة تظل it is always talent and talent alone is the biggest problem. So برنامج مثل برنامج تنمية القدرات البشرية أو برامج مثل مسك بالنسبة لنا كالقطاع الخاص هي الانجن بكل ما تعني، هي المحرك الأساسي بكل ما تعني الكلمة من معنى.
نعم، يعطيك العافية.
يعافيك.
مهندس المدافر، الخريجين أبنائك ولا نسميهم الزملاء؟
أخوان ما يحتاج.
نعم. الآن هم في مرحلة انتقالية في حياتهم المهنية والعملية، ما هي نصيحتك لهم؟
طبعا هذه مرحلة، يعني نصيحتي التعلم مدى الحياة ما يوقف. كل يوم عندنا فرصة للتعلم، وكل يوم في متغيرات. ما في أحد يعني سابقا كان الواحد في وظيفة ويكمل 20 سنة بنفس المهارات ونفس الخبرة. اليوم لا، الوظائف قاعدة تتغير، سوق العمل يتجدد، المعارف تتجدد، والمهارات تحتاج تحديث. فهي رحلة. أنا أقول أنتم قدراتكم مستقبل البلد، حافظوا عليها ونموها وطوروها بشكل مستمر، وأتمنى لكم كل التوفيق. والدكتور يعني بدر قال في برامج ثانية، ففي برنامج مسك القادة، قادة 2030 وغيرها من البرامج اللي تنتظركم إن شاء الله، وغيرها من البرامج الوطنية لتأهيلكم للمستقبل، وفالكم التوفيق.
فالكم التوفيق إن شاء الله. دكتور أنس، كلمة ختامية أيضا تقدمها لزملائك. أنت أيضا قصة نجاح دكتور.
لا يعني أنا بالعكس اللي إن شاء الله القصة لكن خلني أقول أنه يمكن بعطي تويست خفيف للسؤال. نعاني سواء في القطاع العام أو القطاع الخاص، وانظر لها من الطرفين، بوجود تالنت مميز. بكل أسف نلقى أنه دائما الخط الأقصر للموضوع هو البحث عن وظيفة سريعا براتب جيد، من غير النظر لهالجيرني اللي قد تكون أحيانا متعبة، وفي كثير الأحيان هي متعبة. أتمنى من الجميع أن ينظر إلى أنه يضع خطة، يبحث على صناعة هالقدرة. كثير منهم اليوم اللي كنا نشوفهم يبحثون، يروحون يدرسون دراسات عليا سواء في ماجستير أو دكتوراه في جامعات متميزة مثل ستانفورد وهارفارد وMIT وبيركلي وكارنيجي ميلون وغيرها. أتمنى أن ينظر إلى أنه الكسب السريع اللي يعتقد انه بخلص سريعا، بطلع سريعا، ببحث عن وظيفه اسرع ما يمكن، او النظر الى المردود المادي قد لا يكون هو النقطه الاهم، ولكن فعلا بناء التالنت المميز حتى لو اخذ وقت هو فعلا الاهم، وهي النقطه الفيصل. today احنا كقطاع خاص نتمنى، ما عندنا مانع ندفع to find that talent. المؤسف انه ما نستطيع نلقاه، ومن ثم if anything اتمنى بكل ما تعني الكلمه معنا الاستثمار في كل واحد منكم في continuing هالجيرني of building their talent even further. ويعطيكم الف عافيه وبالتوفيق.
توفيق جميعا. إذا أشكر المهندس أنس المديفر والدكتور أنس الفارس، شكرا جزيلا لكم.
شكرا لكم، الله يعطيك العافية. شكرا.
وقبل أن ننتقل بكم إلى المسيرة، نحن على موعد الآن مع كلمة الخريجين تقدمها لولوى بنت عبد العزيز آل الشيخ، خريجة برنامج الإعداد لنخبة الجامعات.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله القائل: من سلك طريقاً يلتمس فيه علماً سهل الله له به طريقاً إلى الجنة. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أقف أمامكم نيابة عن إخوتي وأخواتي خريجي برنامج مسك للإعداد الجامعي. نقف وكلنا سعادة وسرور مقدرين تكريمكم لنا وحضوركم هذه الليلة. بعد شكر الله والثناء عليه، أقف معكم امتناناً عند 4 محطات تشابه رحلتنا في البرنامج. مع مسك ومن مسك، المؤسسة المعطاء المبتكرة صنعت لنا تجربة استثنائية جعلتنا بفضل الله أوعى وأقوى. طوال السنتين التي قضيناها سوياً مررنا ومر العالم بمعطلات أخلت بجميع الخطط، لكن رحلتنا لم تختل، بل كانت أكثر تماسكاً ونجاحاً. شعرنا فيها بالجهد والدعم المبذول من قبل الفرق والمرشدين، وشعرنا بعمق التأثير علينا وجعلنا نميز أنفسنا ومهاراتنا ونساهم في هذا العالم بثقة وتمكين، فشكراً جزيلاً. المحطة الثانية مع المدارس التي تخرجنا منها في شتى أنحاء المملكة، والتي قدمت وسهلت لنا الكثير ومكنتنا من تحصيل العلم النافع. نشكر إداراتها ومعلمينا وكل المنتسبين لها. لقد نلنا القبول من أعرق الجامعات العالم بفضل الله، لكن لن ننسى بدايات التميز والإنجاز. المحطة الثالثة عند أسرنا الكريمة، حفزتونا للعمل الخير ودفعتونا للإنجاز. احتفيتم بالصالح ووجهتم المخالف، وزرعتم فينا التقدير لنعم الله علينا أولاً، وتقديرنا لأنفسنا ووطننا ومجتمعنا. لقد كنتم عوناً لنا بعد الله في كل صعوبة، قدمتم لنا الكثير بعملكم وصادق دعائكم، ولن نوفيكم حقكم مهما قلنا. المحطة الأخيرة لكم زملائي وزميلاتي في برنامج الإعداد الجامعي. اخترنا سلوك طريق مملوءة بالمنعطفات، ملأ قلوبنا التحدي والإصرار، ووصلنا أقوى وأكثر تمكيناً. وقد ساهم مرشدونا في جعل هذه العقبات تبنينا ولا تؤخرنا. كلنا فخر في كل إنجاز واختراع وكتاب وبحث ومشروع يقدمه أي فرد من أفراد أسرة مسك للمجتمع أو للإنسانية. سننتشر حول العالم، لكن لنعود إلى أرض الوطن قادة أفضل ولنرد العطاء. مكننا الله وإياكم من النية الخالصة والعلم النافع والعمل المتقن، وأعننا على خدمة ديننا ووطننا وتمثيلهم خير التمثيل. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
إذن شكرا جزيلا للخريجة لولو، ونتمنى لها مستقبلا زاهرا بإذنه تعالى. والآن مع كلمة خريجي زمالة مسك تلقيها وقيع عجاج.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساء الخير. سعيدة جدا بوجودي بينكم اليوم، وأحب أهنئ نفسي وأهنئ جميع زملائي وزملائي مسك الفائزين في برنامج زمالة مسك النخبة الرابعة. بداية أحب أعرفكم بنفسي. أنا رقية محمد عجاج، مرشح دكتوراه في الدراسات والتقييم جامعة مينيسوتا. تخصص دقيق الدمج الاجتماعي لذوي الإعاقة البصرية. أنا من الناس اللي كنت متحمسة جدا من الصغر أني أمكن الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في مجالات مختلفة حتى يكون لهم دور في المجتمع، حتى أفعل دورهم. ليش؟ لأني كنت في حياتي واجهت العديد من العقبات والمحبطين اللي دائما يقولوا لي والله كونك كفيف ما تقدر توصل، ما تقدر تسوي شيء. أنا بوجهة نظري أن أنا شخص قادر، شخص لي قدراتي الخاصة، أيضا أقدر مو بس أني أفيد نفسي، أقدر أفيد مجتمعي. ففي تخصصت تخصص الصحافة والإعلام في البكالوريوس حتى أكون صوت للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. خلال مرحلة البكالوريوس قمت بإعداد العديد من البرامج التوعوية داخل الجامعة، وأيضا العديد من المقابلات مع المميزين من الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. بعد مرحلة التخرج بدأت أفكر بجد، يعني هل صوتي الإعلامي راح يوصل فعلا؟ هل راح يغير في المجتمع؟ هل راح يمكن الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة فقط كوني شخص فقط إعلامي؟ فحبيت أن يكون عندي قاعدة علمية قوية أبني عليها التطوير والتوعية في المجتمع. فقررت أن أتخصص تخصص التربية الخاصة، وأيضا تخصص القيادة والتطوير في مرحلة الماجستير. في خلال هذه المرحلة طبعا كملت مرحلة الماجستير في جامعة مينيسوتا في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. خلال هذه المرحلة قمت بقراءة الكثير من الدراسات اللي تتكلم عن العوائق والصعوبات والفجوات في مجال التربية الخاصة، وأيضا في مجالات متعددة في مجال ذوي الإعاقة. حسيت أن أنا لما أقرأ أي دراسة أو أي كلام يتكلم عن الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة أن أنا أميل أكثر شيء أن أنا أحدد الفجوة بشكل دقيق. أيضا كتابة مشروع، كيف أنا أحل هذه الفجوة، كيف أنا أحل هذه الفجوة بطريقة أنها قابلة للتنفيذ على شكل مشروع على أرض الواقع. فشفت شغفي هناك، شفت نفسي كرقية أنا أحب أدقق في المشاكل، مو بس عشان أعمل عليها دراسة، حتى أعمل عليها مشروع قابل للتنفيذ. خلال 5 سنوات الماضية تمكنت من كتابة أكثر من 5 مشاريع، بعضها تم تنفيذه داخل المملكة، بعضها خارج المملكة، طبعا بعضها فردية وبعضها مع فرق متميزة. العام الماضي وصلني إعلان تقديم على برنامج زمالة مسك. أول ما قرأت الإعلان قلت أنا لازم أقدم على هذا المشروع، على هذا البرنامج، حتى أتعرف على نخبة من الزملاء والزمليات المميزين في جامعات مختلفة، حتى أكون علاقاتي، أيضا يكون لي علاقات مع الخبراء في مجالات مختلفة تختلف عن مجال ذوي الإعاقة. لما قدمت على المشروع كان هذا هدفي الوحيد. خلال 6 أشهر الماضية تعلمت الكثير من برنامج زمالة مسك. أكثر شيء استفدت منه كوني شخص أكاديمي مهتم في كتابة المشاريع، لغة البزنس. هذه اللغة ما هي لغتي، كنت أحب المشاريع، أكتب مشاريع للداعمين فقط وليس للإنفسترز. فكان هذه بالنسبة لي تحدي، كيف أنا كأكاديمي أكتب مشاريع بلغة البزنس. اكتشفت الفجوة اللي كانت عندي، نميتها كثير. كنت أحاول خلال الأسبوع الواحد 10 إلى 15 ساعة في الأسبوع فقط تطوير مهاراتي في تعلم لغة البزنس في برنامج زمالة مسك. والحمد لله اليوم تممنا برنامج زمالة مسك، برنامج تدريبي طبعا، لأني أرى أن أنا قائد في المستقبل، وأن أنا قادر أن أنا أكون صوت للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. أيضا بمشروعنا اللي فاز الحمد لله اليوم في المركز الأول. وأيضا أتطلع أن يكون لي تعاون مع جميع زميلاتي وزميلات مسك والخبراء في هذا المجال، وأبارك لهم تمام البرنامج. وأحب أوصل رسالة: نحن اليوم أتممنا برنامج زمانة مسك، لكن المسؤولية الاجتماعية اليوم بدأت لتغيير المستقبل. أحب أشكر جميع القائمين على هذا البرنامج العظيم والمعالي القائمين على هذا البرنامج، وشكرا.
شكرا جزيلا رقية عجاج، قصة ملهمة، ونبارك لك ولفريقك الفوز. الآن نقدم مسيرة الخريجين من برنامجي الزمالة والإعداد لنخبة الجامعات بعد رحلة شيقة مليئة بالتحديات. يحق لنا أن نفخر بأبنائنا الشباب، طاقاتنا وقوتنا، الذين نعول عليهم كثيرا في بناء مستقبلنا، مستقبل المملكة. الفائزين نأمل منكم جميعا البقاء في مقاعدكم. بعد لحظات بناخذ صورة جميلة جدا. أدعو جميع المصورين إلى المنصة، تفضلوا. طيب، وأدعو الجميع للجلوس، اجلسوا لو سمحتوا. بعد لحظات عند العد إلى 3 جميعا سنقف مع تصفيق حار مع العد ب3 وجميعا نقول مسك القادة. طيب، جاهزين؟ مخرج؟ طيب، لو تبغى تصور أحسن من هنا تفضل. من عند الستيج. لا تفضل تفضل. ميوزك. واحد، 2، 3. مسك القادة. خروجا عن النص ليس لدي كلمة ملهمة، ستكون ملهمة أكثر من كلمة يلقيها الأستاذ بدر. تفضل دكتور. كلمة ملهمة أخيرة فقط نودع فيها الخريجين. تفضل.
كلمتي للآباء والأمهات: لا شك أنكم فخورين بمسيرة أبنائكم معنا اليوم، وقد نكون نحن مثلكم فخرا أو أكثر فخرا بهم. النموذج الذي نراه اليوم أمامنا نموذج يثلج الصدر لأبنائنا وبناتنا الجادين المجتهدين المتميزين. شعوري هذا اليوم أن هذه الفئة وهذا النموذج هو النموذج الذي يجب أن يبرز في الإعلام، ويجب أن يوضع كنموذج يحتذى للشاب والشابة السعودية. أدعوكم من هذه المنصة إلى إبراز هذا النموذج، إلى الحديث عن هذا الحفل، إلى الحديث عن هذا البرنامج، وإخبار زملائكم وإخبار العالم بأن هؤلاء هم نموذج الشباب والشابات السعوديين الذين هم قدوتنا ونفخر بهم. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا جزيلا لكم. بهذا نأتي لختام حفلنا هذا، على أمل أن نلقاكم دائما وأبدا بكل خير وصحة، ونلتقي بإذنه تعالى في محافل وإنجازات وطنية أخرى. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.